Здравейте, здравейте, зрители на канала на Разучаваме. Аз съм Картача и това е поредното ми така ново нещо в канала. В случая това е 12 hour challenge, 12 часово предизвикателство на играта Ori and the Blind Forest. В общи линии целта е в рамките на тези 12 часа да упражня един нов за мен рън. Сега, как ще бъдат разпределени 12 часа в крайна сметка? Първо, предхождащо 12-те часа ще изгледаме туториал за един относително начинаещ маршрут, за един относително начинаещ спидран маршрут на Ori. Не съм сигурен точно колко време е, някъде около 2 часа и нещо ще излязат видеята. Впоследствие ще гледаме един завършен рън на що годе сходен маршрут с така направен от човек с време 58 минути и 5 секунди. Нещо, нали, не е кой знае колко добро като време, но не е и лошо. В крайна сметка, моята лична цел, честно казано, ще е някакъв рън по час и половина, бих бил напълно доволен. Макар че, нали, иска ми се да е по-добре, но никога не мога да знаеш. Това ще е за днес. Днес само ще гледаме и ще коментираме някакви работи. Утре ще е първият ден, в който ще седна и ще направя едно цяло разиграване, като на места ще се спирам и ще упражнявам. Утре ще е изцяло упражнителен ден. В общи линии буквално ще седя и ще упражнявам конкретни секции от самия рън. Невероятно, една конкретна секция ще вземе половината упражнителен стрим. Сряда ще пробвам да направя много ресет рънове. Нали, таймера почва да отброява от утре. От утре почвам да боря 12 часа, когато започна да играя самата игра, нали. Таймера започва утре. Най-вероятно ще вляза в рамките на едни 4 часа с упражненията. Сряда ще правим рънове без да рестартираме, освен ако не стане нещо супер трагично, нали. С целта да направим едно цяло разиграване поне. И четвъртък ще направим колкото се може повече опити за най-добро време с рестарти и тем подобни работи. И петъка, което ще е след края на 12 часа най-вероятно, просто ако се чувствам, че не съм завършил с разиграването, в петъка ще продължа с него просто. Така, лека по лека ще преминем и към гледане на конкретните маршрути. Какво е основното нещо? Коя е категорията, която ще спидранвам? Категорията е any percent, no out of bounds, all skills. Не any percent all skills, pardon, all skills, no out of bounds, pardon. Не any percent. All skills, това значи всичките основни скилове, плюс двата допълнителни от Definitive Edition, които иначе не е задължително да вземеш. Отделно, че no out of bounds значи, че нямаме право да излизаме извън границите на играта. Какво значи да излизаме извън границите на играта е малко... нали, границите на играта са субективно нещо. Никой не може обективно да определи кое са границите на игралната карта, защото ако... Деца вика, ако нещо не е част от играта, ти няма да си там. Само че, в крайна сметка, 30 минути, нямам никакъв шанс за 30 минути. Час и 30 минути ме е целта, между другото. Под час и 30 минути ме е целта в рамките на този 12 hour challenge. Надявам се по-малко. Имам надежда, че мога да стане по-малко, но под час и 30 ми е началната, така, леко консервативната цел ми е под час и половина. 30 минути е абсурдно. 30 минути... аз следя един спидрънър, който спидрънва тази игра конкретно от 2 години някъде почти. Казва се Premorix. Мога да ви дам линк по-нататъка. Накрая стрима. Premorix в общи линии в рамките на 2 години е достигнал до 29 минути и 1 секунда. Той не е чак толкова задълбочено да спидрънва тази игра. Всъщност доста задълбочено, нали, но не е супер само това да прави. И въпреки това Premorix, това е смисъл, това е времето. 30 минути е абсурдно, 30 минути просто нямам никакъв шанс. А всъщност Premorix може би от някъде година и нещо по-скоро е спидрън, не съм сигурен. От повече от година със сигурност има качени времена, сега гледам. Но... да, не съм сигурен доколко си представяш, че е реалистично за това нещо за 30 минути, обаче това е много трудно време за постигане. Значи, сега рекорда на преморик, за който ти споменах, е 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20... секунда. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 31, 2, 32-я му пореден рекорд, негов личен. Значи 32 пъти си е подобрял личен рекорд, докато стигне до това да направи 29 минути. Момента, в който е стигнал 30 минути и горе-долу 20 някой опит. Как така не ти стигат точки, бе, Гаджев? Но да, екранът ще се смени скоро, ще виждаш малко повече от него. Ще виждаш малко повече от екрана на играта. Но да, това е реалността горе. В смисъл 30 минути е абсурд, 30 минути нямаме никакъв шанс просто. Тук става въпрос за час и 30 минути ще опитаме, наистина в рамките на тия 12 часа. Първия път имаше 20 точки и ти трябваха 2500. Аха, ти говориш за любимото ми съревно. Схванах какво имаш пред. Имаш пред стрим аватар, с което се показва сега в момента. Ама ти можеш да си вземеш... То само цветовете се плащат допълнително. Можеш да си вземеш която си искаш картинка, по принцип. Само цветовете се доплащат. Така че... избери си някой аватар и после си му купи цвета, когато събереш точките. Мисля преди да започнем с Сори да пусна един шоудаун, между другото. Не е странно, когато отвориш всеки от аватарите, той има няколко итерации. Първата винаги е безплатна. 99,99%. 12 часа какво? 12 часа чалендж. Ето една команда съм направил. 12 часовия чалендж в общи линии изисква от мен в рамките на 12 часа да науча нов спидрън. Нов за мен пропър спидрън, нали. Ще бъде цялата седмица. Няма да е цял стрим 12 часа, нали. Ще е разделен на различни дни. Днес няма да пуснем таймера, тъй като само ще гледаме видеа. И ще се учим как се... Ще научим маршрута днес и някои конкретни трикове. От утре вече започваме повече работа по конкретния спидрън на самата игра. Трябва ми нещо малко по-динамично. Това съм си купил само... Не, окей. Добре, окей, става. Как избяга от лечебницата, гадже. Марто се самоуби току-що. Беше накосан да спечели, между другото, Марто, ако се беше на Хелбол. Не мога да си обясня някой път. Той гадже трябваше да се на Хелбол, по принцип. много спечели. Ето сега се приближава с една стъпка повече до заветният свят, който струва 2500. Така, спирам музиката за сега и преминавам към екрана, който ще е за самото разиграване. Трябва да спра колоните, по някаква причина съм ги оставил пуснати. Така, фейдваме. Така, това е компилация от 14 клипа, които са туториали за този speedrun. Първият туториал се казва, ще ви казвам и по имена, нали? Първият туториал се казва All Skills Tutorial Waterless. Waterless е категория, маршрута по-скоро. Това му е името. Waterless защо? Защото няма да минаваме джинзо дървото. В смисъл ще минаваме джинзо дървото само за баш и след това излизаме от него. Няма да прочистваме водата на Нибел. Какво, как, защо няма да прочистваме водата на Нибел? Защото, много накратко, защото нямаме нужда от нея. Само на едно място имаме нужда да влезем в водата и това е в крайното бягство. Но ще имаме достатъчно кръв хипотетично, за да успеем да въобще да не правим бягството. Ако се окаже, че това ми е малко по-трудно, то ще се върна на стратегията с това да използвам водата. Няколко трика как се случва това нещо. Най-важното нещо, заради което това може да се случи е, тъй като знаете има една зона, в която след джинзо дървото трябва да плуваш в вода през горе-долу цялото време от зоната. Но как ще избегнем това плуване? Трябва да донесем два ключа, за да може да стигнем до там. И за да може да донесем два ключа, ние трябва някъде да пропуснем врата, която трябва да отворим. Трябва да вземем ключовете, но да пропуснем врата. Да бе, Огънче, тест излиза си. Всичко излиза. Но за да пропуснем врата, има един конкретен трик, с който влачим една жаба доста дълго време, за да може да пропуснем вратата. Да видим дали ще успеем да го направим това нещо. Ако успеем, всичко ще е страхотно. Ако ли не, много лошо. Но пускам самия начален така. Я да махна мишката, само курсора, че малко ме дразни. Дайте ми секундичка. Разкарам и Studio Mode. Като цяло през повечето време няма да имам глас, тъй като няма много смисъл. Ще пусна по-скоро звука от видеята, човека, който ще говори да си казва каквото му трябва да каже. Нали, ще поддържам интеракцията с чата, дори може би писмено на моменти. Така, гледаме първото видео и след това ще спра да го изкоментираме. То е конфигурация. Предполагам, че ще разкаже за това как се е конфигурирал клавишите, с коя програма и така нататък, тъй като For in the Blind Forest общността имаш едно-две много важни умения, които са доста сложни за правене в оригиналната конфигурация на бутоните. Има начин да си конфигурираш бутоните, така че да са много по-окей за правене. Но гледаме и след това ще коментираме.
Hey there. This is a tutorial for speedrunning Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition. This series of videos breaks the run up into parts, each one covering a particular trick or segment of the run. In this first video, we're going to take a look at a little bit of configuration stuff and the very start of the run. The category that we're going to focus on is all skills with no out of bounds and no teleport anywhere. This is the most popular category to run in this game, and is generally considered the best starting point for beginners, because it gives you a good overview of all the movement techniques available in the game, and because out of bounds tricks and the teleport anywhere bug are excluded, we don't skip huge sections of the game using those. So it somewhat resembles a normal playthrough, but there's still a lot of speedrunning tricks to skip parts of the game and optimize things. The goal of this guide is to help people who haven't run Ori before, or just want to get up to speed on the latest route. I'll be covering all of the major tricks necessary for the run, and not going too deep into movement optimizations. There are a lot of difficult, optional tricks in this game, which we'll just skip in this guide so that it doesn't end up being 4 hours long, and I'll link to a playlist of some of those tricks in the description so you can check them out at your leisure. Basically, I just want to give you a starting point for the game to build on. So let's get into it. From the file select screen here, timing begins once you confirm your difficulty. Pretty much all speedruns of Ori are done on normal, so we'll just pick that and get started. This starts the prologue sequence, which after 3 seconds you can open this menu and then hit skip prologue to get right into the start of the game. So we're not going to go too much farther here in this video, we just want to cover some config stuff. So after you've skipped the prologue, you're ready to run off to the left, but we'll cover that next time. So for now, I just want to talk about one setting in this game, which is pretty important. It's the VSync. You can run with VSync off or on as long as your monitor has a refresh rate of 60 Hz. If your monitor's refresh rate is higher than 60, then running with VSync on will cause the game to run faster than if it was running at its native frame rate. So basically, if your monitor refreshes at 60 Hz, you can run with VSync on, and if it refreshes faster than that, you can either set it down to 60 or you can just run with VSync off, and then you have no issues with timing. Now, another thing I'd like to direct your attention to is the configuration guide, which is linked in the description. You don't have to go through all of it, but I highly recommend before you start this run taking a look at setting up debug mode. That will give you this menu in game, which lets you do a whole bunch of useful things for practice, mainly things like saving and reloading quickly. So if I wanted to practice jumping here, for example, I can make a debug save and load, and then if I die, I'll be spawning over here rather than where it was saved before. You can give skills freely and take them away. So I gave myself some combination of skills. There's charge jump and double jump right at the start of the game. And perhaps one of the more useful features as well is this debug controls option over in the left column. That lets you press the dash button if dash and grenade are not learned to teleport around. So it helps you set up practice things. Like if you wanted to go over here and practice crossing this area, you could just start from a file right at the beginning of the game and use a debug teleport to get yourself there. So I'll be using debug mode a little bit throughout this tutorial, and I think you should set it up because it will help you make practice saves, set your health and energy, stuff like that. It's very useful. So just take a look at that, and I will catch you in the next video. Alright, let's get underway with glades here. So the way that I'll be doing this section is by commentating alongside a video of the segment being played, pausing here and there to explain a few things, and going in game now and then to give a little bit more detail on the stuff that needs it. So we've done our prologue skip, we're just going to head off to the left here, jumping along the ground. The only thing that we can really do to speed ourselves up at this point is by jumping instead of running. When Ori runs along uneven terrain, which is most of the ground in Ori, you lose a little bit of your horizontal speed to going up or down along the bumps of the ground, and it's a little bit faster then to be in the air. Now the difference is pretty minor, so it's not worth jumping excessively if it's going to cause you to hit a wall or have to turn back or something like that. It's worth it to just run into some positions for consistency. But when you can, you want to jump, so if there's nothing else going on, you're just moving along a straight area, you should just jump along. So the first movement trick we have coming up here is by jumping off of the spot where I just jumped before this, that little mushroom on the ground just to the right of that. You can hold left, do a full height jump, and you'll fall down this shaft cleanly without hitting the wooden beam to the right or the wall to the left, which is a little bit faster than hitting either of them and having to re-accelerate into your fall. So just there, I turned the UI off by pressing Alt-U. This hides your health and energy, which is a little annoying, but you can get used to it. And it has the beneficial effect of skipping all dialogue instantly, so that the text box that would normally appear when I grab that energy cell does not appear, and we won't have to listen to the dialogue that sign says here. It just gets skipped right away when the UI is off, so you want to have the UI off for this. Of course, it's not a huge deal. If you want to play with UI on for your first few runs, I'd recommend it. Or, turn it on and off in between sections where there's dialogue. That works fine too, but eventually you'll probably do runs with the UI completely off or off for most of the time anyways. So, jump towards sign here. Now, one thing to note is if you mash click to pick up sign.
Това между другото е полезно знание, което ще трябва да науча, тъй като аз няма да мога да играя през повечето време без UI. За да съм честен, просто няма да мога да се справя без да си виждам кръвта и особено маната. И ще трябва да се сещам... Thank you, Luki. Ще трябва да се сещам да си спирам UI и да го пускам с Alt-U, тъй като, както казаха, UI-а пропуска диалоговите кутийки, което е не малко важно. Luki, you have been running this one. At least you are trying to do that. So basically, how much time do the hidden UI save? Yeah, I'll definitely need the help. How much time do the hidden UI save? And is it worth it multiple seconds per split? Holy shit. This is a lot. So it's basically like 30 seconds to a minute or even more through the entire run. No, I don't care if it's bound to one button or not. My main concern is that I'll forget to do that. So, or even worse, I'll forget to turn it on, which will be absolutely devastating. No, I know it's fine, but it's not fine to die because you tried to spam something that you cannot do it, even something stupider. Окей, добре. Продължаваме с видеото. Така, между другото, баланса добре ли е като ниво на звука?
You'll actually slow down and go into a slower walk as soon as you start the sign pickup thing. So you actually want to walk up to about here and then only activate sign at this moment. This is a little bit faster than mashing it and getting a bit of a slow walk from further away. So this gets us our buddy sign, and now we'll take a moment to explain some things about sign's attack. So let's hop into game for that. Alright, so the way that sign's attack works is by mashing out shots, you see these volleys of 2 go out, and then there's a little bit of a cooldown before the next volley. So the 2 ways to attack in this game are to just embrace that cooldown and mash shots out, pairs of 2. Every half second you can fire 2 shots. And this is the most effective way to attack if your mashing is very good, or you have attack bound to scroll wheel, which is what most players tend to do. Another way to attack is to avoid this long cooldown, and the way you can do this is by firing 1 shot and then waiting 0.3 seconds before firing the next. So it looks something along the lines of this. So you get this more consistent stream of firing. Now in practice, a mix of the 2 is often best. For this fight coming up here, these guys have 5 hits, so you can do 5 paced shots on them, or you can do 1 paced shot and then some mashing. So let's hop back to the video. Okay, so resuming, we're going to be doing that 1 paced shot and then 2 spam shots to get through these 3 frunkies here, and that will clean them up nicely. As the fight ends, there's a bit of a map cutscene here. You just mash cancel to get through that, and then you'll be on your way to the right. So the first thing to note is that we have a whole bunch of these slimes and glades coming up, and they can be a little bit tricky to dodge. So the general case for a flat ground slime dodge is exemplified best by this first guy here. And what you want to do is you want to jump past the middle of them, and then as you pass the middle of the slime, you want to turn back briefly and then continue going ahead. And this causes the middle shot there to miss you because you're past them, And it also slows you up so that the shot that gets fired in front of the slime doesn't hit you. So you slow down slightly to get past the slime without getting hit. This can take some practice, and it also varies a little bit by each slime because terrain, like height differences, affect how the dodges are done. So that's just the general case on that one. Now this next slime here, if you're able to take the pickup animation for experience, which happens the first time you pick up an experience orb, up here, then this slime will just kind of harmlessly shoot at you, and then you can jump over him easily. If you get the animation down on the jump pad, which will happen sometimes, you will have to do another turn back dodge on this slime, but this gets the animation correctly, so you just have an easy dodge past that slime, and then you can carry on up here. Now, as you kill this wall here, the next slime is already starting to move, so depending on how fast you do that, your dodge on that slime may vary. Just let you play around with it a little bit. What you want to do as you go past him is you want to soften him up with 2 shots and then kill him after you pull the rock out so that you can pick up his experience. Now, for that slime there, what happens, I'll just go back and show it again. You want to shoot him from as far away as you can so that he aggroes on you a little bit faster, because if you get hit by his shot, you will get pushed forwards past him. If you get hit by his body, you'll get knocked back and you won't be able to get past. So you want to attack him early so that his shot is out by the time you're there, and that lets your damage boost through him quite conveniently. Now, in this example, I'm at 2 health right now. Ideally, you're actually at 1 health here, but I didn't take damage from one of the slimes, so you know, that's life. This will happen sometimes when you have health drops. And the reason for that is that there's a trick coming up called the Ghost Door. Now, there's a couple things going on here. First one, if we hit the ground before we put these 2 keystones in the door, then there will be a short cutscene where Sign explains to us what keystone doors are. But if we open the door before the cutscene can begin, then it just gets skipped entirely. So you want to mash those keystones into the door as you're falling, and you want to be holding a save at this time so that you save as soon as you hit the ground. And the reason for that is by saving and then dropping into this water and dying, the door is just gone. The animation of the door opening gets skipped by doing this. This trick called Ghost Door is basically you put keystones into a door, which helps us as well here by skipping the cutscene. You save, and then you die.
Това съм го виждал много пъти, между другото, и мисля, че един път хванали го, че от тия трикове, които един път хванали го, ще го правя константно. И особено при след съм относител нов за този рън, би трябвало да съм и на едно кръв много по-често, отколкото нали, ще умирам доста по-бързо. Да, това с водата и вратата се ползва нерядко, не винаги е вода, но като цяло сейването преди врата, за да скипнеш анимацията, сейва може би 3-4 секунди. Което е доста... 3-4... Да, може би 3-4 секунди, за да съм честен, защото няма врата и не ти пречи на инерцията. Мисля, че един път научили се да го фащам, ще е добре. Тук проблема идва основния от това, че не се знае дали няма да умирам преди това точно заради тази глупост. Ама ще видим как ще е.
This is a little bit faster because the door opening animation takes about 5 seconds and you can set up deaths around most doors quite quickly. So we do that here. Not a big deal if you miss it, but there you see the end of the door opening animation. Now we're going to take a short little detour here up to get this 4th health cell. This is actually required for this route. We need 5 health by the end. There are options about which health cells you take, but I highly recommend taking this one at the start. Now here, to make our path out easier, we're going to crouch, we're going to kill that 1 spore on the ground, and then we're going to drop down through these slimes here. Now, you'll maybe pay attention to the fact that I have been picking up a fair amount of experience during this section, and that is to try to set up a level up, either entering or exiting from the wall jump area. And this is pretty forgiving, and if you miss it, it's not a big deal. So I've turned on UI there just to show my experience as we come into this. This first level costs 25 experience, so I am very close to level now. And what I'm going to do as I drop down here.
Yeah, and you can always fix your level through using these spiky walls. You can just fix your amount of XP easily.
Is continue to hold jump, and that causes you to bounce off of this flower a little bit higher and over the middle shot of that slime. Now I have enough experience such that I level up right now, and that will blow up that wall so that I don't have to deal with it on the way out. It's not a big deal if you don't level up. It does not take very long to kill that. And there is a little bit more experience, which I will grab on the way out as well, just to show where you could level up if you were a little bit low. So now we're going to grab wall jump, and we're going to stop the video for a little bit and talk a bit about wall jump mechanics in game.
By the way, Lucky, I usually see Primorix skip this cutscene. I mean, not skip this cutscene, but act throughout the cutscene and take the mana orb, which is above. He usually takes it while the cutscene is happening. You think that's a rekindle? Okay, so we are not getting shown this, right? It's more advanced or what?
Okay, so a little bit about wall jump mechanics.
Could you please briefly explain the rekindle for me in the chat? At least so that we know what's happening. If I'm correct, the rekindle is the one that you bring the skills screen when you are acting, and then save rekindle of fire, and then go out for a cutscene. Is that the case? Yeah, I know what's rekindle, but I mean the trick with rekindle.
Generally speaking, the fastest way up a wall is to jump from some distance away so that you have your first jump already done and then start hopping the wall. In some places, when you can't do such a convenient jump, or when you're running into the wall from a slope and your first jump doesn't take you very high, it's better to get to the base of the wall and then do a wall run first, because wall runs are a lot faster than just hopping up the wall. But it kind of varies by situation. For this first wall, it actually barely matters. You can just pick whichever one you want about jumping like that, or by just running up and then doing the wall run and having less hops. Now, another thing to mention about wall jumping is when you jump off of a wall near the top, you kind of get this sort of arcing motion given to you so that it's easy to get on top of the wall. And sometimes this isn't desirable, but it's kind of a minor optimization, and I won't use it much in this guide. But what you can do is, rather than holding into the wall and jumping, you can do what's called a neutral wall jump, which is where you go to neutral inputs and then switch back to holding, right or left as appropriate as you're at the top of the wall. So that ends up looking something along these lines, and it just gives you a tighter amount of movement than that loopy jump there would. So kind of hard to see the difference, but it gets you on the ground faster. It doesn't kick you as far away from the wall, and it optimizes just a little bit. So I just wanted to mention it, but doing that is likely to lose you time for quite some time, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind. Alright, let's continue with the video. Okay, so jumping up this wall here, we're going to grab this energy cell. We absolutely need this energy cell. This puts us up to 2 energy, and is necessary for us to get to Grotto the fast way. So we'll grab that and we'll head out here. That experience there is what you could get if you didn't level up on the way in, just to give yourself a window to level up on the way out. So now hopping up here, this is a little bit of a tricky jump onto this hanging rock. What you want to do to get it is to jump straight up without much right speed, so that you don't push the rock out of the way, and then just kind of edge just barely right into the rock and then jump to the left. Now, if you miss this, or you bump the rock and it starts to get swinging, you're probably better off just killing the slime and heading around off the right wall. But the fast way to do it is, of course, just bounce off the rock like that and continue heading up through glades. Now we have a damage boost to get through this area called the elbow. Now, you don't actually need to shoot that slime, it doesn't matter, you can just hop and then run into him. The hop is important to speed yourself up for beating this next slime. What you want to do here is run far enough to the right so that the second slime begins to shoot at you, and then you want to jump back to the left. And now note that this second slime is still on this mushroom. If he's on the high ground, then you're going to have to get hit by him, which is honestly not a big deal. You have plenty of health here, you can afford it, but the fast way out is to only get hit just the one time and be able to jump over him like that. So that movement can take a little bit of practice. Now we'll just hop back through glades here. We'll do a conventional slime dodge, a little bit of a turn back on that guy. And coming up on this next slime, you can either kill this guy or you can do a turn back dodge. Now unfortunately this dodge is a little bad. I turned a bit too much, which caused me to land on the low ground. Ideally you want to land on the high ground here, and that's a bit faster, or you can just kill him, and that's a valid option as well. So this pretty much takes us over to Blackroot, and I'll wrap this video up here and we'll pick it up in the next one.
Добре, между другото, до тук не изглежда нищо страшно. Може би самата оптимизация на движенията няма да се спускам съвсем като примерно малкия скок за закачената платформа, примерно някои конкретни оптимизации за това, примерно дали ще падна на високото или на ниското и така нататък, няма да ме чак толкова интересува. По-скоро ще се стремя наистина да науча, тъй като това се случва много пъти по време на ръна, ще се стремя основно да науча доджа, back forward доджа на тия желета, тъй като това изглежда като нещо, което ще влезе в употреба поне 10 пъти в целия рън и може би деца вика по 2 секунди да спести, кръв да ми спести навсякъде. Това си е доста голяма разлика. Следващия клип се казва Black Road Burrows и това става просто за Даша. Там има доста специфичен начин за минаване, така че вижте за какво става дума.
Welcome back. We're almost out of glades and jumping down into Blackroot Burrows. We just have a little bit of movement and one trick to get us in there. So let's go to the video. So as we're moving down here, what I'm doing is setting up a dodge on the slime below by going above this sort of mossy hanging thing off the log that's in the middle that Ori is above right now. If you hit this spot and drop down from here, your slime dodge is very simple. You just hold left and do a full height jump and his shots will not hit you, like so. Now of course if you miss that position, it's perfectly fine. All you have to do is do a normal turn back dodge on the slime like you have done on other slimes and glades. It's not a particularly difficult one, it's just what Ori is above right now. If you hit this spot and drop down from here, your slime dodge is very simple. You just hold left and do a full height jump and his shots will not hit you, like so. Now of course if you miss that position, it's perfectly fine. All you have to do is do a normal turn back dodge on the slime like you have done on other slimes and glades. It's not a particularly difficult one, it's just a little bit faster to not have to turn back. So as we head down here, I'll note that I didn't mention it as I was doing it in the start of this guide, but in the previous video we came up this jump pad after leaving from sign, and I killed one of the spores over to the right here as I went up there. It's good to just kill as many of these as you can, and do as much damage to them as you can during your first pass through, just so you have less shooting to do when you arrive here now. So clean up the ones that are left over and jump towards this. Now there we're in a cutscene where a sign tells us what spirit walls are, and we're immediately going to do a trick on one to skip the Blackroot entering cutscene. This trick is a very powerful tool used for skipping cutscenes in this run, used for other glitches in other categories, and this is called Save Anywhere. So the way that this works is first we have to have our UI on. because we need to be able to start a text box with the ability screen up. So we turn the UI on after the last dialogue line from that cutscene goes away and we're able to move again. And then we open the ability tree. We click on the experience orb thing to get this dialogue that tells you, oh, this is how much experience you have to get another point, blah, blah. And then what you're going to do is you're going to dismiss this with proceed and cancel on the same frame. So manually done, it's by default left and right click, or A and B. You can set up a bind to just press these on the same frame. Log line from that cutscene goes away and we're able to move it. Have our UI. Is a very powerful tool used for skipping cutscenes in this run, used for other glitches in other categories. And this is called Save Anywhere. So the way that this works is, first we have to have our UI on, because we need to be able to start a text box with the ability screen up. So we turn the UI on after the last dialogue line from that cutscene goes away and we're able to move again. And then we open the ability tree. We click on the experience orb thing to get this dialogue that tells you, oh, this is how much experience you have to get another point, blah, blah.
Lucky, can you do this clicking on the experience orb thing with the controller? I would guess you can do that, but... And as far as I know, you actually start with this one highlighted. So you basically need to go to the menu and then immediately click the first thing. Yeah. That's it. Между другото, учим Speedrun в момента, учим Speedrun на Ori and the Blind Forest. Ще видим докъде ще докараме и колко ще успеем да заучим за едната седмица, в която ще имам възможност да го правя. Но този е доста така инструктажен клип. Всъщност серия от клипове, по-скоро доста добра, направена от Sigma Arc, така му е никнейма. Така че ако ти е интересно, постой погледай как се случва спидрън, как се пекат. По-скоро как се месят първо, после ще се пекат.
And then what you're going to do is you're going to dismiss this with proceed and cancel on the same frame. So manually done, it's by default left and right click, or A and B. You can set up a bind to just press these on the same frame. That's doable through the game's key rebindings file, explained in the configuration.
I honestly don't want to do that. I was in the Discord community. If I'm going to put a video there, that would be either the next stream, because the next stream I will be practicing most of the stuff, and I will decide which one will stay and which one I will drop. And also either that or Thursday, when I plan to do my first restart runs. My first runs that I will be okay to restart if something goes amiss. And also I'm not aiming for a great time. I honestly aim for sub 1:30. Sub 1:30 will be okay for me. If I go faster than that, that will be okay. But I'm doing this just for to do something that is kind of fresh for me, because I was starting to I was not having anything to do in speedrunning in my previous games. That is not grind. So that's not something that these people would necessarily want to watch, someone aiming for sub 1:30.
Configuration guide.
43, that's a great PB though. I honestly feel that I can get to about an hour, the hour mark, if I have a little work with a few tricks. But I'm not trying to say a big word here, because I have already done that in my previous 12-hour challenges, and it went wrong. it went wrong with a game that's RNG based like Diablo 2, a game that I have played for years and years, and that really showed me its worst in my 12-hour challenge. So I'm not saying a big word here. And also, I'm not sure how good I will be able to handle that on a controller.
You can set up a bind to just press these on the same frame. That's doable through the game's key rebindings file, explained in the configuration guide. And that's recommended just so you can do this trick quickly and consistently every time. So by doing this, dismissing this dialog box here with proceed and cancel, we gain the ability to move with the ability menu still up. And this is useful for two reasons. One is we're able to level an ability anywhere. When we level an ability, the game gets saved. So this is why the trick is called save anywhere. It's because we're able to save in places where you're not normally able to place a spirit link. Now, secondly, most cutscenes in Ori work in a way that once the cutscene begins, if the file is saved, it will write data that the cutscene is already done. The cutscene will not start again. So many cutscenes will be skipped by starting the cutscene, saving the game somehow, either by using a rekindle or a save anywhere. Since we don't yet have rekindle, and we can't place a save close enough to this cutscene anyways to use it, we're going to opt for a save anywhere here. And we'll be doing this for some other
hard to get, Luki? Is this hard to get?
I've turned the UI back off so that I skipped the dialogue line of signs saying, oh, hey, look at this Naru statue.
It's not hard to get, and even if I'm going to use controller without any rebinds, say that, for example, I opt in to do controller without any rebinds, would that be so bad or not? Do it probably 1 out of 3 times. Okay. Sounds like a terrible idea. So I should get the rebinds. Is that what you think that I should do? Okay. I should get the rebinds. That's fine. I'm not sure where I'll find enough buttons on this controller though. But the right stick is kinda not used in this game, so maybe I will use the right stick for some stuff. We'll see.
Over here. And now walking into the cutscene area. Now, let me rewind a little bit so it's showing the experience numbers. So this is also an important time to make note of what your experience is, because we have to set up another trick after we go through Blackroot called the Frankie Walk, where we get another time to level up. And this time to level up, unlike the one at a wall jump, is quite important. So the experience numbers that you need to keep in mind is between 25 and 43 experience away from level. You need to kill 2 slimes in Blackroot Burrows to set up the Frankie Walk. If your experience is 37 to 50, you can kill 3 slimes. If you're 44 to 50, you have to kill 3 slimes. So just bear that in mind. We'll get to that trick again after Blackroot, but this is your best time to check your experience number and figure out how many slimes you need to kill. So let's resume. So we're walking into the cutscene here. The moment Ori turns to face the statue, right there, you're able to level an ability and reload the file. So do that.
How am I going to level up with the controller? Because he used the mouse, and when you use a controller, you are moving the cursor with the left stick while he was moving Ori. So we would be able to move Ori with the left stick, but how are we going to be able to move the cursor for leveling up a stat? You just tap left for a sec. So you need to not let go of the stick after you get the glitch the first time, and then you just reset its position to the neutral and then tap it. Is that correct? Or am I missing? I guess I'll get it when I try to do it, but you need to menu the correct spot after getting to the spot. Yeah, I get that, but how do you menu when your left stick is uh, used to move 40? How do you even menu? I don't get it. I guess I'll get it when I try to do it, but I just don't get it now. If you have an easy way to explain, that will be fine. If not, I'll just see it when I start to do it. So I'll need a mouse in order to do that. Am I correct? No, I really don't get it. Anyway. Anyway, because if you move Ori with the stick and the face buttons, then how are you going to menu? That's my main question. Anyway, I'll continue on, but I'll go back to this one maybe tomorrow when I start trying to PB. No, not trying to PB, but trying to practice. Pardon me. I'll check it now. Okay, that's. Oh no, this will disrupt my. Is it in YouTube? That's my main question. If it's in YouTube, could you please give me a direct link? If it's not in YouTube, I'll check it later. So that it doesn't disrupt my layout. Okay, I'll check it later then.
And the cutscene is skipped. There's still a bit of a slow walking zone there, but that's not a big deal. This saves about 20 seconds, so it's well worth doing. So now that we're in Blackroot, this entire area is on a global cycle. Well, at least the main room is on a cycle that loads as soon as we load back in. So our movement is. So now that we're in Blackroot, this entire area is on a global cycle. Well, at least the main room is on a cycle that loads as soon as we load back in. So our movement this entire time matters to make the next platform cycle. And the lasers on the right side of the room are also loaded. So once you get consistent at the first part of Blackroot, you'll notice consistent results with your lasers and platforms. I'm just going to rewind here briefly to show some particular jump here. Between these last two horizontal platforms here, these platforms bob up and down. So I'd wait for just a moment there so that the second platform is bobbing down when I jump to it. It doesn't have to be all the way down, but if the first platform is low and the second platform is high, you'll just miss and fall into the spikes. So you want to take a moment to set that up. So let's just let this play through again. And coming up after these platforms is a bit of a precise jump up to this 100 experience orb up above. This is faster to go this way than to go around, and since we went over there and picked up the orb, it will now follow us through Blackroot. It has a anti-soft lock measure that they put in.
That's an orb I'm concerned about, honestly. That it will be very much slower for me to try and go for it. Do you remember how much XP is the one orb you skip pretty much in the beginning? The one that's hidden to the left of a platform you're going to drop down? 15. Fuck. So I might need to either get good or I might need to find the workaround for this one. I'm not too concerned about getting the XP because I would just wait and collect, but the jump isn't that bad. Really? It looks pretty bad, honestly.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do a not quite full height jump over to the right wall here. if we're a little bit higher than this position that we're at now,
I'll definitely try.
you'll just slip down the wall. You're not able to wall jump up there because the slope is not agreeable. And then we'll jump over to the left, and you can kind of take your pick. You'll just slip down the wall. You're not able to wall jump up there because the slope is
really
not agreeable. And then we'll jump over to the left, and you can kind of take your pick over how you jump up from this point. You can do 2 jumps up the left wall, which is what I do here, or you can jump back to the right and back over to the left. It's up to you, basically. So we'll just rewind to show that jump in its entirety without the pauses. This orb will drop, we'll pick it up to get through this wall, and that will give us another ability point, which we'll use for another save anywhere later. This is a pretty good place for a safety save if you want. You basically have one free safety save you can put anywhere you want in Blackroot, so down there, like as you leveling up, is not a bad place for it. Since my movement has been pretty good throughout this Blackroot, I know that I don't really need to rush myself on these lasers. I will make this platform cycle all the same. You probably just need to do a bunch of runs, practice of the early game before you get used to how the platforms work in Blackroot, but eventually you'll notice consistent results with them. And now there's a little bit of a pause here, and what I'm doing at this point is the platforms to the right that I'm going to ride next over near that slime are already loaded, they're already moving, so I'm not losing any time by waiting over here because I would just be waiting over to the right anyways. And what this does is when you're in this position on the left edge of this platform, the platforms in the dash room are not yet loaded. If we load them immediately as we run over to the right, then we'll miss the cycle. We won't be able to get on those platforms in the dash room. We'll have to wait for them to go up and come back down. By waiting here, we make it so that we can catch the cycle in the dash room, which saves us a little bit of time. So we wait until the platform behind us goes away, and then we move over. So let's just watch that without a pause. So we wait until that goes away, and then we move over. So kill that slime there, and then we'll head up to the lantern and move on. Now I'm going to pause here for just a little bit and show if your experience entering Blackroot was less than 36 to level, and you got the experience from the slime that gets killed by the level up down at the bottom lanterns, you would now level up off of this slime, and that's really bad. So we'll just go in and show a way to avoid killing that slime and avoid his shots in case you're, unable to take his experience, because you really don't want to level up there. So let's take a look at that. Alright, I want to hop into game for just a moment here to explain how to dodge this slime if your experience was too high to just kill him and take it. So you stand on the right side of this platform, he shoots once and misses, and then after that his shots pretty much will just miss you. So it's just standing on the right there to make him miss if you can't afford to take his experience. Okay, let's continue. Resuming the video where we left off, just continuing on through. Because we did the cycle manipulation, this platform is waiting for us. Turn the UI on here, might as well, because there's no dialogue in this section, and we have to do a save anywhere soon, so we need the UI on. Now note, I just reflexively did the movement I'm used to doing in this room, where you drop that light orb one platform early, and then you jump through here. This can be a little bit spooky, because that laser comes back and can kill you, so if you're not comfortable with that, just jump one platform further with the light orb and drop it there, and then you'll be perfectly safe. So pull this lever up here, and then we'll be preparing for the darkness cutscene skip. And the way that this works is you start a save anywhere, and then once the pedestal starts to move up, you do the save. So I'm not going to talk here so you can hear the audio. So there you go, that like ka-chunk kind of thing, as the platform begins to move up, is the moment you save, and that will fully skip the darkness cutscene. If you start a save anywhere, and then once the pedestal starts to move up, you do the save. So I'm not going to talk here so you can hear the audio. So there you go, that like ka-chunk kind of thing, as the platform begins to move up is the moment you save, and that will fully skip the darkness cutscene. If you go early, then you just have to wait for the cutscene to play out. You can still activate the dash tree after, but it loses all the time that you would potentially save. So now that we have dash, I'm going to once again go in game, and we're going to talk a little bit about dash mechanics before we move out of black.
I hate
so let's go
dash
there.
jump. I hate dash jump.
Right, so a bit regarding movement speeds in this game. When you're just running or jumping along, your movement speed is 11.66 units per second, which is not too great. When you compare it to dashing, consecutive dashing along the ground like this gives you an average movement speed of 32.5 units per second, so about 3 times as fast as we could move before. So clearly, whenever you can, you want to be spamming dashes along the ground. So then the question arises, what to do when you have to cross a gap. You could just jump over it, but jumping is not too fast. Sometimes you can set it up so that you can just dash straight over a gap, but you might get sucked down like that, or you might just not be able to set up the distance for it correctly. And that's where this technique called dash gliding comes in. Now a dash glide looks like this, and the way that a dash glide is done is by dashing while holding a direction, left or right, releasing that direction, and then jumping, all during the dash, which you have about just under a quarter of a second to do. So it's not a super tight timing window or anything. You can get varied dash glides, like an immediate one where you dash and immediately let go, or you can kind of do it later in the dash, like something like that. And dash gliding will move you through the air at a speed of 15 units per second. So it's a bit better than jumping. Obviously chain dashing is a lot better, but to cross gaps like this, it's nice to use a series of dash glides. So movement out of here like so can be pretty nice. Let's load back there. Dash gliding is never necessary. It's just a useful technique to be aware of, and it's worth starting to practice it, because once you get it down, then you can use it all over the place. But in all of these situations, you can just move without dash gliding. Just dash and then jump, and you can do all of the things that you need to do for the run. I'll be using dash gliding a fair bit in this guide, but just keep in mind that anytime I use it, there is a way that you can do it without dash gliding if you're having some trouble with the timing. Alright, let's continue. Alright, resuming the video, we're just going to be doing our dashes and dash glides out of black group. Now, one little tricky dash here, this kind of short dash I do along this platform, that is called a glide cancel. Now what this is just pressing the bind for feather, by default shift on keyboard, so one of the triggers I think on controller. This instantly cancels dash, which is useful in this case because when you dash into a wall, you have to wait for the normal duration of the dash to expire before you can wall jump. So if you want to dash just a short distance, you can dash and glide cancel, but you can just ignore all of that because it's kind of a minor optimization. Just by default shift on keyboard, so one of the triggers I think on controller. This instantly cancels dash, which is useful in this case because when you dash into a wall, you have to wait for the normal duration of the dash to expire before you can wall jump. So if you want to dash just a short distance, you can dash and glide cancel, but you can just ignore all of that because it's kind of a minor optimization. Just wanted to mention what that was in case it was sitting there confusing. How did he dash so short? So continuing, here is kind of an important dash glide. If you don't get that one, you have to walk through the slow zone that's left behind from that cutscene skip initially. So that dash glide saves a fair bit of time because it's kind of a minor optimization. Just wanted to mention what that was in case it was sitting there confusing. How did he dash so short? So continuing, here is kind of an important dash glide. If you don't get that one, you have to walk through the slow zone that's left behind from that cutscene skip initially. So that dash glide saves a fair bit of time and is probably worth going for even if you're not too great at dash gliding yet. Just go for it, and if you miss it, just walk through the cutscene zone because that's what you would be doing anyways. So that gets us out of Blackroot, and coming up next is the Frankie Walk, which we'll cover in the next video. Hello.
Фронки Лок е един от любимите ми трикове в играта. Много изобретателен и като цяло изключително... Наистина може би любимия ми трик в играта е Фронки Лок. В общи ни караме една жаба да ни преследва доста дълго време и ще левелъпнем на място, което ще ни позволи да измамим една врата, че имаме повече мана, отколкото имаме. Много, много изобретателен.
Hello again. We're just exiting Blackroot Burrows, and we're about to do our first big sequence break in the run, the Frankie Walk. So hopefully your experience is set up well for this trick. On this file, I'm 6 away from level, which works perfectly fine. The Frankie in question drops 19 experience, so it's a pretty large range. As long as you're anywhere from 1 to 19 away from your next level, you're set. If you're further away from that, then killing another slime in Blackroot would have been the way to go, but there's a couple things coming up that you could kill to get a little bit more experience. If you've already leveled up, because you got too much experience in Blackroot, then it's big trouble, and you should probably go back to a save from before Blackroot and do it taking one less slime so that you don't level, because that is pretty much a catastrophic event for the run. So let's go take a look at it. I'm doing this one while playing because there's a lot of little things to point out as we go. We're just pausing the video constantly. So we're heading up here, back kind of the way we came. Now we're going to grab this Frankie's attention. So the way to do this is to jump off this mushroom, shoot him when you're at the peak of your jump, and continue holding right through your jump. If you don't keep holding right, the Frankie will try to land on top of you, wherever you are. And if you're too far to the left, he'll land on part of this mushroom and you won't get down. So looks like this. Shoot him to get him to follow us, and then we can kind of damage him a little bit to keep him following us here. Yeah, okay. Let me pause this for a sec. Now, getting this Frankie to jump into this tree can be a little bit tricky. The way Frankie AI works, and I'll show you it here, is if you're far away from them, but they're aggroed, then they'll do a small jump. Right now he's doing big jumps, but if I try to run very far away, then he'll just do a short hop, which is kind of an interesting little thing they do. So you want to kind of stay closer to them to make them do big jumps. But in this case, if I go too far away too quickly, like get his attention and jump all the way over here, let me just make sure I get his aggro, then he'll do a short jump and he won't make it up that ledge. So you kind of have to wait sort of this knot in the tree to make sure he follows you up properly. So now we've got the Frankie following us. If all the jumps went smoothly, the Frankie will land about at these yellow flowers. Because I went back, the jumps did not go smoothly, but if they did, he would land about here, and you could carry on with him following you like that. If they did not, and he lands to the left of these yellow flowers, so like if he lands there, and you go all the way over, then he'll fall in this pit and get stuck, which kind of sucks. You have to go back to get him out. So if he's not on these yellow flowers when he lands there, I just got hit. Let me just debug heal myself. If he's not on these yellow flowers, like he's in this position, then just bait him to do another jump to the edge so that he doesn't get stuck in the pit, and then you get over. So now, get him to follow us over here. He does not take damage from the spikes, we do. And one thing to note about these spikes, let me debug heal again, is that the right side of the spikes does 2 damage to you, and about at this line, the left side only does 1. Now you should have plenty of health for this, you should be at 3 or more, but if you get hit or something and you're down to 2, then just be aware that you need to take damage from the left side of the spikes to survive. So just in case I get hit again, debug heal. So now we get the Frankie to continue to follow us. At this point we can weaken him down to 1 hit away. Right now he's 2 hits away. I just want to show, I guess, one more thing about these spikes before we finish the Frankie walk. So get him to follow me a bit. Now if I get away from him extremely quickly, he might not jump over the spikes at me. He did there, but if you lose aggro on him and he still has a hit left, you can jump out and shoot him, and that will get his attention, which is a reason to leave him with a little bit of health so that you can get him to follow you over the spikes. So now we head up to the door. This is the entire reason we've done this trick, because we want to go through this door, and we only have 2 max energy. So we put 2 of our energy into the door, and then we want to level up off the frog's experience, and then that'll refill our energy, and we're able to open the door. Now this is fairly forgiving. The area that you can put energy into the door is like about this big, the box I'm tracing with my mouse. And you have a full second after the Frankie is killed before his experience starts to magnet towards you. So you pretty much just kill the Frankie so that he's at the top of one of his jumps, and then mash 2 energy into the door, kind of standing wherever. Let the experience magnet.
Do you have magnet here, Lucky? Because if you don't have magnet, that might be a catastrophe. I would have magnet as well.
And then put 2 more energy in, and the door will open. So if done smoothly, you can do this as you're hopping up the wall as the Frankie chases you in the first time. If you have some error, like he doesn't follow you correctly, you can just get to the edge of the platform and jump like this, and I could kill him at the top of any one of these jumps, and then I could put energy in the door from here, so that would work perfectly fine. But let me just get him outside again, and we'll show what it would look like in practice. And I believe he has 2 health left, so we'll soften him up so that 1 hit will kill. Jumps, I mash my energy in, I get the experience, and I level up. So we've broken our way into Grotto. And now this is where I really recommend having debug mode set up, which was mentioned in the first video. If you haven't taken a look at that yet, just check out the configuration guide, and that'll tell you everything you need to know about getting that set up, because this next part is called the Death Gauntlet. It's not too hard once you've practiced it, but you're guaranteed to die doing this your first few times. There's a lot of stuff that will kill you in here. So, since we have no energy, we're going to use a debug save, because we don't want to redo the Frankie walk every single time we want to practice this movement. So let's get into this death run. Okay, so we've got to cross this pit of poison water first. You can kind of pick one of many methods to get across it. My preferred method is a dash glide, but if you're not too comfortable with dash gliding, then probably the easiest one is to just dash into the water. Then start shooting this slime. Jump out of the water from close to this wall. This will cause this Frankie not to see you. And then you can get up under him like that and carry on. Now, if you don't jump from close to the wall... hang on, that was me just doing it the exact same way. If you don't jump from close to the wall, then he'll aggro, and you'll be very sad. So, once again, the way you want to do it is like that. And if you're a bit faster, you can get through only taking 2 damage on that. So, that's the way through. Other ways to do this, you can dunk this Frankie by dash gliding across, like so. Where you intentionally aggro him, but you've gone into the water so much further to the right that you don't have to worry about it, and he'll just fall into the water, kill himself, and then you can jump up the wall, easy peasy. Another way is to damage boost the slime. I don't really recommend this one, but just for completeness' sake, I'll show it. You use the iframes from getting hit by the slime to avoid the Frankie, but pretty spooky. So let's just pick one of them. I'll just do the Frankie dunk since it's what I'm comfortable with, and we'll carry on. So now there's an energy cell up top that we want to get. So we're just going to kill all this stuff and get up to this, grab that energy cell. And now we have plenty of energy, so you could save wherever you want at this point. You've basically made it safely through now that you've gone through the water and gotten past all. Plenty of energy. Just going to kill all this stuff and get up to this, grab that energy cell.
How did he jump off the air here? That was not a regular dash glide. Look at where, yeah, see where he is when he jumps. Give me a sec.
Top that we want to get. So we're just going to kill all this stuff.
Like way off the platform.
And get up to this, grab that energy cell. And now we have plenty of energy, so you could save wherever you want at this point. You've basically made it.
Like the DKC jump. You can jump out of it, but how much further you can jump out of it? I don't think you can do it indefinitely. I mean, that's because of grace time. You most probably have grace time. Um, do you know how many frames you have to jump off that? If the dash ends, you cannot jump off it. So you can jump off dash as if it's ground, as if it's grounded, regardless of how long off you are. Whoa, that's a powerful tool, at least for noobs like me. But does it have to be dash glide, or could it be just a normal jump? Yeah, but that dash got airborne, and that's when he jumped off it. So if it starts like a grounded dash, you can jump off it. Is that correct? I'll check it, of course. I'll check it, but okay, it's fine.
Safely through now that you've gone through the water and gotten past all these crushers. So that's great, and we're able to head down towards double jump, dash over the slime, and just fall down here. So now we're in Moon Grotto. I will note that this coming up here is just kind of a cycle that is difficult to make. It's possible to get through here one crusher cycle earlier, but for the time being I wouldn't worry about it too much. I will link in the advanced section ways to get through that. So we're going to head down here, use a keystone we picked up before in Glades so that we now have 2 keystones, we don't have to fight the boss, and let's do another ghost door. If you're quick, then the spider will kill you there, but if not, then you can just get the front to kill you. And we'll head down towards double jump. That jump I just did there, off the wall and curving through the air, is a little bit faster than touching the left wall, but if you're dying to the spikes, you should just use the left wall. It's very small optimization. So we'll just dash along here. You can just dash over or dash glide over this Frankie. And now we get towards double jump, and that will take us to our next video.
Добре, това не изглежда толкова ужасно. Като цяло мисля, че тази разходка мога да постигна и тя спестява всъщност доста време, което си струва от всякъде. Тъй като по този начин какво спестяваш? По този начин първо спестяваш една секция долу. Естествено не взимаш charge flame, не взимаш. Което може би ще... Всъщност аз реално не го ползвам особено. Така че charge flame ще го взема по-късно явно. Но това е основното, което спестяваш. Charge flame е отделно няколко лазера в лявата секция на тази стая. Така че изглежда като нещо, което може би спести 10 минути. Човек с моето темпо. 10 е изсилено, може би 4-5-6 минути спести по-скоро.
We've survived the first third of the run, and now here we are at the double jump tree. Let's hit the video. So one difference you might note, if you've watched speedruns of this before, is that often people will skip this cutscene and move out of here blind. That only saves about 5 seconds, so for the beginner tutorial, I'll say let's just skip that trick. If you do want to do it, the method for that skip is to just place a save in front of the double jump tree, activate the tree, and then while you're in the cutscene of picking the tree up, you open up the ability menu, level up the next thing in the blue tree, regroup, and then reload the file, and then you can do the blind movement out. But like I said, it only saves 5 seconds, so it's not too necessary. Let's go on. I'm placing a save there because we have plenty of energy in this section, and no way to use energy to make ourselves go faster. So you might as well just save, when you can. What the heck? And now we're moving to our first little bit of tricky movement here called the grotto skip. Now when you're going through learning, I recommend placing a save around now, either a normal one or a debug save, doesn't really matter. And this will let you practice the grotto skip from a platform that's not yet swinging, because if you fail to skip a few times and get the platform swinging, then it gets progressively harder. So I'm just going to jump up here to this platform, and then I'm going to jump off this wall to the right, and that skips about a minute-long chase sequence with Gumo on the left side of Grotto. So what's the deal with this skip?
Is that one bad?
a particular position on this wall that's wall jumpable just high enough so that you can get all the way up to the top. And the height of this is not quite the height of a full jump over. So if you watch this maybe a bit slowly, let's see, let me rewind it and slow things down a bit.
When I was talking about the hard wall jump in the black road, if I'm correct about the name, the one with the dash, the zone with the dash. When I was talking about this jump, I was meaning this one, because that's the jump I imagine when I'm talking about hard one. Yeah, this one is the one that I was thinking about for some reason. This one looks ridiculous, honestly, to get first try. I mean, it will most probably take me minutes and minutes of practice.
Okay, so speed up as I go up this wall a bit, and then get into slow motion. So I'm jumping to the wall. This part's not wall jumpable, so I let myself fall down a bit. There's the wall jumpable part. This part's not wall jumpable a bit, and then get into slow motion. So I'm jumping to the wall. This part's not wall jumpable, so I let myself fall down a bit. There's the wall jumpable part. I wall jump, and now right here, as I double jump, I switch from having held left and jump for the wall jump to holding right and jump for the double jump, and this will let me stay close enough to the wall to get another wall jump up here. And there we go. So once again,
oh wow.
Get up into position, slow down a little bit. There it is, fall, wall jump, holding left, double jump holding right, and wall jump again. Now don't feel too bad if that takes a little while to get, because it's not an easy trick. People miss it all the time, even top runners and runs. You'll often see a second try before they get it, kind of thing. So it takes some practice to get it down, but after a while you'll find that it's not too bad. It's just at first that jump can seem completely mind-boggling. Alright, so moving on, we have a cutscene skip coming up. The middle of this patch of flowers to my right here is the trigger for a cutscene where Gumo drops a bunch of rocks on our head. And not only is the cutscene longer than the time it takes to reload, it makes the next part really inconvenient, so we would like to skip this cutscene. Now, because we can place a save next to this cutscene, we don't need to use a save anywhere to skip this one. You can just place a save anywhere, kind of touching the edge of this flower patch over to the right of that, and then walk into the cutscene, and then rekindle your save afterwards. And that will allow you to skip the cutscene upon a reload. Now, since I didn't do the skip at the double jump tree, leveling up regroup, I'm just going to level it here instead. So I walk into the cutscene, I open the ability menu, I level up regroup, and then I reload the file. So it's the same effect as walking in and rekindling. And now it would be a good time to take a little bit of a break from the video and talk a bit about wall jumping with double jump in game. So let's take a look at that. Here's a nice spot because we've got a lot of long, mostly flat walls to take a look at. Now, what you've done before having double jump is just jumped up walls like this. This is not the fastest way to go up a wall. You get a burst of speed every time you do a jump, whether it be off of a wall or a double jump in the air. So fitting in double jumps in between your wall jumps is a little bit quicker, and I've been doing this a little bit so far in Grotto, but I just wanted to focus on it now. So there's your kind of, normal wall jumping. And there's double jumps mixed in, which gives you a lot more height in between. So the rhythm to it is about a quarter of a second long wall jump, followed by a double jump after that, and then a wall jump again when you can. And this speeds up your wall jumping. Now, a reason that you would maybe not want to use a double jump is just to set up your position for something specific. So for example here, if I just double jump all the way up, I might, you know, get a bit too high and bonk on this thing. So some mix of just regular wall jumping and mixed double jumps is pretty good. So if I do, you know, just a wall jump normally at the end there, I can make sure my jump over to the left is nice and clean. But that comes with, you know, grinding practice on specific little parts of the run and
Lucky, is there a way to try to use the wall jump, the double jump when wall jumping and mess my timing? Or is it something that it's worth trying because it's not going to be slower than the usual wall jump anyway?
you know, not something to worry about too much. The idea for now is probably to just get used to getting your rhythm of wall jump, double jump down so that you're getting a little bit faster of a wall climb going. Okay, let's continue with the video. Now moving through here, I do a little bit of a tricky jump right there to get around this without crossing to the left wall. If you bonk and fall, then it's a little bit tragic. So if you're having a bit of trouble with this, it's better to just cross over and then cross back. It's maybe a second slower, not a big deal. And we're just going to keep heading on up here. I'm going to take a bit of a detour to grab this 100 experience orb, and then we're just going to dash over to this other platform. And I'm going to stop right there, because there is a cutscene, and the trigger for the cutscene is directly in line with that wooden beam just to my left. And it's faster to skip this cutscene with a save and rekindle, like you may have done down below if you'd already spent the ability point earlier. So for that, we'll place a save, we'll walk into the cutscene, and then rekindle the save and reload the file. This one's a little bit trickier than the cutscenes before, because on the prior cutscenes, we're stopped during the cutscene. Now in this cutscene, Ori will walk to the left during it, so that if you don't rekindle soon enough, you'll miss your opportunity to. Now all of that said, this cutscene is not very long, so if you accidentally dash into the cutscene, or you save and then walk too far, you don't get your rekindle off, it's actually not worth it to try to skip the cutscene again. It's better to just watch it and continue, because it's pretty short. It's only barely worth it to reload once. It's not worth it to try to reload twice, so just walk in, rekindle, and reload the file. Now I'm going to jump over a little bit of the slow zone here, doing a jump, double jump as you cross that screen transition. Once you walk up to the water main a bit faster, mash and cancel to get past that cutscene, and now we're just going to jump our way out of Moon Grotto. And we get to enjoy, during this section, a bunch of Gumo cutscenes in reverse. Now, there's a few detours to make. First, we need to activate the Moon Grotto teleporter, so just jumping on it like that is enough to do it. As long as sign goes into the teleporter, then you're set. I'll just take some intentional damage on that slime that's faster than actually trying to dodge him, and continue on our way up. Now we have plenty of energy still, so it's a good place to place a safety save up here, because these spikes do 3 damage. And then we'll grab that 100, level up, and you probably want the experience from that frog. Now, holding jump on these jump pads lets you skip doing 2 of them and head up here. Here's a little bit of a tricky jump. This is nowhere near as hard as Grotto Skip, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. But you want to be kind of a little bit down from the top of the wall on the right here, so sliding into position just there would have been better to be just a little bit lower in the first place. And then you're going to do 2 similar sets of inputs right after each other to get up. So it's kind of a long left jump, and then right double jump, and then a really quick left jump into a right jump right away. So you're going wide on the first one and then short on the second one. So let me slow it down a tad and then watch. So hang on. Okay. So left, right, and you're up. And then we'll just watch that at normal speed. And that's just to get that ability cell up there. I don't expect you'll have too much trouble with that if you manage to struggle your way through Grotto Skip at this point. And now we need another teleporter. One thing to note about this, pulling out the rock here is the fastest way to get this teleporter, but these spinning spike arm things can get in your way. They start moving after you've fallen from the tree that had that ability cell. So it's your movement after that point that matters for these spinning spike thingies. And if you're not fast enough to do what I did here and get on top of the rock before the middle one would hit you, then it's better to just push the rock in. Because you have to wait like another full cycle otherwise. But if you are fast enough to do this, you can get on top of the rock here, and then you can get in over the rock by doing a crouch dash. It shrinks Ori's hitbox a bit, so you're crouching, stuck in as far right as you can go, and then you're dashing. Sometimes it takes a couple tries to get through. I think it takes 2 dashes here, because the rock was not quite pulled out as far as it could have been. So we get in, and like the grotto teleporter, you just step on the teleporter and then leave, and then continue up to the Ginso tree. Here I damage boost that slime. That damage boost there is remarkably similar to the first damage boost in the game, where I want to get hit by the slime's shot, not his body, so that I don't get knocked away. And the way to not get pushed off the wall is to be holding a wall run all the way up until the point that you get hit. If you've taken damage leading up to this point, or if you're just not comfortable with it, the slime does not take long to kill. He doesn't have very much health, so you could just kill it, but that's how that damage boost is done. Now we're heading up to Ginso. One more cutscene here. Much like the cutscene at the top of the rockfall area back in Grotto, this cutscene is only worth skipping if you get it on the first try. And Ori is running to the right during this cutscene, so it's a little bit harder to get the rekindle off in time. The trigger for the cutscene is right where the flower, or the like kind of taller blade of grass to the right of Ori is. So I place a save just before that, and then I walk into the cutscene and rekindle. You have to kind of be holding the rekindle before you walk into the cutscene for it to work. It takes about, I believe it's about 1/3 of a second for a rekindle to go off. So you have some. You can start it and then start the cutscene, and then the rekindle will finish as you're in the cutscene. So I get it here, and then I reload the file. Once again, it's not worth retrying this skip. If you miss it, just watch the cutscene and then enter Ginso. And this takes us to the Ginso tree, wraps up this section of the video, so I will catch you guys next time. We're back now with the start of the Ginso tree. So we've just finished our cutscene skip.
Ще трябва междувременно да проверя някъде къде мога да взема допълнителна кръв, може би, или допълнителна мана, тъй като 4-4 е относително дискомфортно количество, поне за мене на този етап.
The door, dash open, throw the water vein in, while we watch Gumo steal the other water vein. Same water vein? Who knows what. Those funny reverse cutscenes we get to see there. So right off the top again, so here we have a little bit of a tricky jump from this bottom right platform up to the top center platform on screen right now. And the way that this is done to make it easier is you do this first jump as a backflip, which is done by pressing down before you press jump. And the effect of a backflip jump is that it gets forced to be the maximum height of a jump. It's the same to press jump for 1 frame into a backflip as it is to press jump for the full half second. And that just makes it easier to get a double jump out of the top of your jump, rather than having to hold jump for the full duration and then release and quickly repress to get a double jump before you fall too much. Just makes this jump to this platform a little bit easier, but it's not like this is some kind of super tight frame perfect trick or anything like that. It's fairly forgiving, so you can kind of take whatever method you want for it. You could even, if you're having trouble with it, go over to the platform to the right and jump from there. So anyways, it looks like this. If you miss this jump and this platform gets swinging, then it is best to go over to that platform to the right and jump from there, because you'll have a little bit more height and it'll be easier. Because if the platform swings away from you as you jump up to it, then you can be out of range. So carrying on. If your movement through this room was good, which it was in this video, the slime will be out of your way at the top of this. He'll be off to the right like this, so you can just ignore him and jump up to this wall here. If you had maybe a fall, the slime may have moved around a little bit, and in that case, you can jump from the hanging platform just below us, directly to the wall that we're on now, It's maybe a little bit of a trickier jump, but it keeps the slime out of your hair, so it's just an option to keep in mind if you have some issues here. Also to note at this point, it doesn't happen in this video, but if you die in these first few rooms of Ginso, then your camera may be messed up when you respawn. And the reason for that is if you did the cutscene skip outside of Ginso, where Gumo steals the water vein, then the camera is still trying to pan down to that cutscene when you reload, and it kind of gets half stuck between that cutscene and Ginso. And the way to fix it, if that happens to you, is if you're in the first room of Ginso still, you can exit through the door and then re-enter, and that gives time for the cutscene to play out a little bit more and returns the camera to normal. And if you're further than that, for some reason saving the game will snap the camera back to Ori, so you can just keep that in mind if it happens to you. Carrying on, going into the second room. These gamers here, to borrow the term from Metroid, as a way to call them, they will spawn in a consistent cycle in your first pass. If you have died though, you'll notice that they're doing something maybe a little different. But if your movement's consistent, then you'll notice that they're inconsistent places. It's easy to deal with. Now this room here, if it goes smoothly, it'll look something like this. But it's not all that important that it does go smoothly, because this flower in this next room has already begun its cycle at the moment you enter that previous room, so you can still catch the same cycle as I catch here without having great movement. So if you want to stop and like get the health flower in that previous room, if you want to add an extra double jump, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't affect your time here, as long as you make the same cycle. So one thing to note here, we're just going to do this puzzle with one of these blocks. After the second shot goes through, push this block over the edge and continue to hold grab and right as you push it off the edge, and this will make it fall into a consistent position. If you release grab or right early, it can sometimes bounce off of the platform that it's falling through to, and that will cost you a lot of time because you have to wait for the shot to die, you have to get the platform or the block back into position. It's just a huge mess. So you can just let it fall through and you can follow the block through the portal. You should have plenty of time for that. And now we're on to the mini-boss. So this is basically an exercise in shot pacing or mashing, depending on your preferred method of attack. Pretty much the longest fighting sequence in the game is right here. Had we played the game through the intended route, we would have Charge Flame here, which would make it a lot faster, but the sequence break to Grotto is worth far more than the time save on this mini-boss. So we just plink away at him. It takes 40 hits to kill him, so I'm just going to shoot him. Now one thing to note about this is it may be difficult to see. It might not show up too well on this recording, but there's a one-frame tell that gives away the position of the mini-boss before he spawns. So for one frame, his model will appear at the next position that he's going to show up at. And you can use that to adapt to sort of the RNG of this fight. Now, where I'm standing here is what I would consider the default position for fighting him, because this covers 3 of his possible spawns without you really having to do much. So you just have to watch to see if the tell appears in the bottom right or top right positions and move over accordingly. It can take a little while to get used to it, but it's just something to be aware of, that there is something to look for to mitigate any kind of bad luck about the boss appearing on the right side, because you can just move over to match him. So carrying on, we'll just fight the boss. I actually don't recall here if we get to read any of the tells or not. Nope. You see the top right there, so I moved a bit off the center of the platform, and I could see the bottom left there as well. Not that it would matter too much because it gets covered in the default position. So here you notice I turned the UI on and I intentionally took damage. This is to set up the next ghost door. You want to be at an odd number of health leaving this room. You either want to be at 1 or 3. So 3 is a little bit better. So what I'm going to do is intentionally get hit by the spikes down to 2 because I was at an even number, and then I'm going to save to get regroup to heal me for 1 point. And this sets up my health nicely for the next ghost turn. So we'll just go through, grab these keystones, and move on to the next room. Nice little movement trick here is you push up against this flower that I'm just over right now, and then when you're up against it, just holding left and holding a full single jump will cause you to fall nicely through this portal like this. You'll get hit by those spikes and you'll break this platform below, which lets you get through this area a little bit quicker. And of course, if you have 1 or 2 health here, you can't do that. You have to jump to avoid dying. But if you have 3 health, this is why 3 health is better than 1 here, is because you can do this damage boost, which saves a bit of time. And then just a ghost door, so I'm going to throw in all the keys as I'm falling here. I'm holding a save as well. So the save goes off, and then I'll just jump off the door and into those spikes with the roof. You can also use the spikes to the left if you have more health, because it's hard to take 2 falling here. I'm holding a save as well. Keys as I'm falling here. Damage boost, which saves a bit of time. And then just a ghost door, so I'm going to throw in all the keys as I'm falling here. I'm holding a save as well. So the save goes off, and then I'll just jump off.
Look, this timing looks pretty tight. Is it too bad? Because placing 4 keys and saving looks pretty freaking tight.
Off the door and into those spikes with the roof. You can also use the spikes to the left if you have more health, because
this is the ghost door before Bash. That's the one that I'm concerned with. It has 4. Let me show it again. Yeah, it's fine. You mean it's not too bad?
Falling here. I'm holding a save as well. So the save goes off, and then I'll just jump off the door and into those spikes with the roof. You can also use the spikes to the left if you have more health, because it's hard to take 2 hits consecutively on those upper spikes, but you know, not a big deal either way. So now we're at the bash tree, and now's a good time to take a little bit of a step away from this video and talk about a few bash mechanics. For this, we're going to go to this area later in the game because it's more wide open and helps demonstrate what I'm talking about. So as you probably know, what bash does is it lets us grab a lantern, enemy, projectile, stuff like that, throw ourselves in one direction off of it, and throw the target in another. Now, when we do a horizontal bash, holding the direction of our bash, we get this burst of speed initially, and then we quickly decelerate. There's a technique that lets you preserve the speed of a bash, called bash gliding, and simply you just don't hold directional inputs after your bash is released. So here it is, the left bash without directional inputs. Takes me quite a bit farther. Bash gliding moves you to a speed of about 18 units per second versus the 11.6 that you're getting holding a direction. So when you can, bash gliding is a bit quicker. Of course, dashing along the ground is still faster than that, so it's pretty much only useful for situations where you can't be dashing on the ground. You want to be doing a bash glide. Now note that the speed of a bash glide does depend on the angle of the bash. If I do a bash upwards, you can see I'm going quite slow. It would be better for me to actually hold a direction there and get up to 11.6 speed, because I'm moving slower than that at a steep angle bash like that. Now, there's an ability that we'll get later in the run. I have it on this file. We don't have it yet at the bash tree, called air dash. And when you air dash out of a bash glide, your speed gets set to 20, regardless of what the initial speed of the bash was. So if I'm doing a horizontal bash and I air dash, I get up to 20 speed, which is just a little bit faster than a normal bash glide. But this is very useful for vertical bashes. So if I'm bashing rather up and then I air dash, suddenly I'm going quite quickly out of that, and it can save a fair bit of time to do that technique. Now there's another mechanic that's not necessary to use, but can be quite useful and is at least good to know about, called double bashing. The configuration guide has information on how to set this up to be somewhat easier on keyboard and mouse. For controller, it's just a difficult trick to do. The way double bashing works is by bashing a target the frame after you release a bash on it. And what this does is it gives you a second bash arrow on the target, and Ori's trajectory will follow the second bash arrow, but the target will follow the first bash arrow. So what it looks like is this, if I get one here. I get a second arrow. Now you can't really tell what it's doing on that lantern, But if I were to go down here and grab an enemy, now I can juggle him like this all day, but I can also follow him with double bashes. This is not the easiest technique to get used to right away, but it can be quite useful, so I at least want to mention it, but I'm not going to use it much or at all in this tutorial, so I just wanted to point that out, and let's get back to the run. Alright, carrying on. I'm just going to use our newfound bash ability to soar through this area. I'm using a mix of dash glides and bashes here. Kind of preference which ones you opt to use here. Now here is a little bit of a trick to get through this puzzle faster. You bash this shot at an angle to send it towards the open area, and then you dash him like this.
За да го обясня на тия, които не са разбрали или не са напълно наясно какво се случва тук, в общи линии това, което трябва да направиш е да башнеш гадината първо в посоката, в която ти искаш да иде тя, да пуснеш баша, за да мога гадината да тръгне и буквално в рамките на един фрейм, то е фрейм перфект трик, буквално в рамките на един фрейм имаш време да натиснеш на ново баша и ти да се изстреляш на там, където искаш. И реално гадината тръгва при първия баш задаваш на гадината посоката, при втория баш задаваш на тебе посоката. Имаш един фрейм. Това е тотално безобразие. В смисъл, това е нещо, което няма да се пробвам дори да правя, защото просто няма как константно да го хвана, никакъв шанс.
All day, but you can also follow him with double bashes. This is not the easiest technique to get used to right away, but it can be quite useful, so I at least want to mention it, but I'm not going to use it much or at all in this tutorial, so I just wanted to point that out, and let's get back to the run. Alright, carrying on. I'm just going to use our newfound bash ability to soar through this area. I'm using a mix of dash glides and bashes here. Kind of preference which ones you opt to use here. Now here is a little bit of a trick to get through this puzzle faster.
Просто е bullshit.
You bash this shot at an angle to send it towards the open area, and then you dash ahead of it and then bash it directly into the wall. Now, if you miss this once,
предпочитат клавиатура, защото е клавиатура и мишка най-вече, не клавиатура. Клавиатурата майната и предпочитат мишката най-вече, защото насочването е по-лесно. Реално, тъй като на една и съща ръка ти е насочването и това някакси е по-окей, защото иначе посоката, с която се движиш ти, е същата посока, с която башваш и това е малко проблемно. Защото сложно е да го обясня, но тъй като ползваш левия стик и за баша, и за своето движение, мога да направиш така, че когато башнеш в една посока, да се отдалечиш прекалено, като башнеш гадината, така се отдалечиш прекалено много от нея, преди да успееш да задържиш посоката. Доколкото мишката не е така, мишката не те движи теб, тя те движи само при баш. И може би затова се найде е по-лесно. А може би самото копче на мишката е по-бързо, отколкото, защото самото копче на мишката няма толкова дълъг път. Може би затова също е по-добрия вариант мишката. Но клавиатурата няма особено значение. По-скоро тук това, че клавиатура и мишка се държи различно, отколкото контролер, като контролна схема въобще е нещо, заради което е по-лесно. И в двата случая е постижимо, в никой случай не е лесно. В смисъл, в никой случай не е трик, който искаш да опитваш, ако го нямаш в така утренирано, защото това е, все пак това е фрейм перфект трик. И аз съм го пробвал и примерно най-доброто, до което съм стигал след 5 минути опити е примерно 1 от 6, 1 от 8 средно, което е никакъв шанс просто. Не е нещо, което трябва да мога да разчиташ на него.
It's not worth doing at all, so if you're having a hard time with it, or you just don't want it, then you dash ahead of it and then bash it directly into the wall. Now, if you miss this once, it's not worth doing at all, so if you're having a hard time with it, or you just don't want to spend time on this little optimization, just shoot the shot to the left. Completely flat bash sending the shot left will break the wall, and you can just wait a second or two for that. Not a big deal. Now we're moving on into our next trick here. This is called key duplication, and it's quite an interesting little trick that lets us skip the long swimming section in Swamp. So first up, we're going to place a save down here, and then we're going to go up and collect a few keystones. This damage boost up at the top of the wall is faster, but it's not necessary. You can just wait to bash the guy's shot if you're having trouble with it. No big deal. And now here is the interesting thing. I've picked up 3 of the keys in this area. And I'm going to make copies of these 3 keys. The way this is done is by dying with some keys in a door while your save is outside of that door's scene, which basically means your save has to be some distance away from the door, which varies by door. The save position we used earlier is good enough for this one, so if I die with keys in the door, what will happen is I'll respawn, and then the game will think I left from the door's area, and it'll put the keys back into my inventory, but after I respawn, which is before I picked them up on that save, which lets me get the keys again and have more keys going out of here. So it's just a fancy way to die quickly and throw the keys in. But this is a little bit precise, perhaps. What you can do here, instead of falling directly into the spikes and throwing the keys in, since if you're too far to the left in these spikes, you won't be able to do the trick. You can just land on the platform, put the keys in, and then edge off the platform just a little bit. You need to be just barely off the platform to still be in range of this key door and die to the spikes. If you go off too much, then the keys will fall out of the door and the trick will fail. So here, we know the trick worked because after I'm dead, you can still see the keys in the door. If you're dead and the keys come out, then it doesn't work. You could also turn your UI on at this point. I don't think I did here, but it would show still 3 keys in my inventory at this point. So I can rekindle now to save the fact that I have those 3 keys, and now we'll just head through this section normally, this time picking up all of the keys that are available here. So we'll grab this 4th one, and then we'll head on through. And once again, we might as well go store. So let's just save and die. And now we're through, and with some extra keys. So now let's fight this mini boss. You can just bash a shot into him 5 times. And now finally, we are getting to the point where the route diverges majorly from the old one. The clean water route would have gone and done the Ginso escape here, but we are skipping that because it is faster to do so. And we'll teleport down to the Moon Grotto teleporter we've had earlier. So we'll talk about the details of the clean water skip in the next video. That'll wrap us up for Ginso, and I'll catch you guys next time. Here we are again in the guide for the all skills waterless route.
Това е това, за което ви разправях. В общи един сега в момента това, което ще се случи, е, че просто няма да бягаме от Гинзо. Няма да бягаме от водата. Напротив, ще го скипнем. Водата няма да е чиста, но след като сме си дупликирали ключовете, ще можем да си позволим да пропуснем тотално водната секция. И единственото място, на което ще влезем във водата, на практика е последното бягство.
We finally made it to the part that makes it waterless. So we're done with the Ginso tree, and we've aimed a teleport at Moon Grotto, heading back down there to the teleporter we got before. Now note that if you forgot this, you can just use the Swamp teleporter. It's almost as close, but Moon Grotto is a bit faster. So we're going to head up here, go up, grab this 100 experience orb. This will pick up a level up, which conveniently gives us full health for this part, and also is an ability point that we'll need later. So then here we have a cutscene skip around the kind of yellow mushroom that's overlaying the terrain to the right a bit. We have got a cutscene trigger that's going to give us a pretty long cutscene and activate some lasers in this section. We don't want any of that, so we're going to do a rekindle skip on it. There it is, and reload. Now while this cutscene is playing, what I'm doing here is moving off to the right off screen. This is not necessary to do, and people approach this with different sort of methods. What I do is 6 dashes, then I start jumping over the spikes to the right. Some people opt for 5 dashes with a dash glide, some people try to dash on one of the platforms between the spikes. There's a variety of things.
Не всички. По-скоро ще отсея тези, които са ми най-нужни. Примерно, ако няма да се връщам от тук, няма да е проблем да пусна лазерите и къс сцената въобще да я пропусна. Но ако е дълга, може би ще науча това конкретно нещо. Но всички движения няма да ги науча. Тук това, което основно гледаме са мащабната стратегия за това откъде минаваме, откъде не и някои конкретни трикове, които мога да хвана, като най-вече това, че жилетата, примерно, начина по който да ги избягвам, някои конкретни скипове, като скачането по стените и така нататък. Всички стъпки някак да ги запомня за един час или дори в смисъл за един час разиграване да запомня абсолютно всички стъпки. Някак стане, просто гледам основната същина на нещата и хващам и нюансите на движението, освен това.
You can try out what works for you. I think perhaps a safe option would be to just dash 5 times and then wait if you don't want to potentially take a bunch of damage on the spikes. So let's get back into it. The cutscene's going, I'm just jumping over some spikes. Now here I intentionally slowed down so that I could place a safety save before this next trick, because this is the difficult new trick in the waterless route that will be a bit of a struggle to learn perhaps. So what I want to do is walk over and place a safety save by this plant. The reason that I delayed before I came over here is once this frog gets on screen, he'll start walking to the left, and if you're already, you know, as far as you could possibly get during that cutscene, if you're already all the way through that, he'll start walking early and you won't actually be able to get the save off in time. Of course, if that happens, you can just chase him away to the right and then go back and save if you really want the safety save. But it's not necessary to do this in runs. You do have your save back at the cutscene, so it's not that bad. You just have to redo the blind movement if you fail here. So, continuing. We're going to chase this frog over to the left, and then we're going to bash him across the water there, being careful to send him at a high enough angle that he clears the first pit and doesn't slide into the second. If he's at too low of an angle, he'll slide into the second bit of water and just die. So with that done, we'll catch up to him, bash him again,
Това е страшен bullshit, между другото.
Get him up against the edge of this platform, or preferably on the platform itself, but either way, we can catch him with a bash and then send him to the right again. He does not die to these spikes, thankfully. So now you have a bit of a break while you head over him. And then you can get past him and then just bash him up. He'll slide over this plant and get onto the breakable ground to the right. You don't have to jump past him here. If you have enough health, which I do here, but I just wanted to show them.
Lucky, isn't it easier to jump past him and wait for his orb to be thrown instead of using him to instead of bashing him to the side? Can you just not jump over him and then wait for the fireball to be
no damage way? You can just bash yourself into the spikes and then follow them. These spikes only do 2 damage, so not a big deal. But I figured, you know, in case you do take some damage along the way, you would want
but
to
it's
know
possible.
this method.
It's possible, doable. I mean.
So let's step back and just watch that without a whole bunch of pauses in it. So chase him, get him up against the edge, follow him up, and throw him over to the breakable ground. Now here he shoots at us. That I jumped a bit early. There I got him to break the ground. You just want to hop a little bit over his shots.
That's what I'm trying to avoid. I don't want to do this jump. Can you also use his orb to bash it down the platform, the breakable platform? Can you wait for his orb and then bash it down? Even if it's a little slower. I prefer to be safe. Между другото, Double Ninja, върни се към Dark Souls 1 Speedrunner, защо не? Като цяло най-вероятно няма да се откаже. Идеята е, че най-вероятно може да се откаже от този маршрут. I will repeat again. Can you wait for the frog to spit his fireball and then bash the fireball down instead of waiting it drop by itself. No, you don't need to see it. I will see your PB as well later. I mean, not on stream, but I have another run to watch on stream. I will most probably look at your PB off stream. But can you bash these fireballs? That's my main question. Но да, най-вероятно Double Ninja може би ще се откаже от маршрута по-скоро, отколкото ще се откаже от самия рън. При всяко положение ще запиша адекватен рън, дори да е час и нещо. You can bash them. Okay, that's enough for me. Най-вероятно ще запиша адекватен рън, колкото да го кача на speedrun.com, защото малко ме яд, че нямам адекватен запис. Тъй като правихме състезание с Battle Addicted, само че там се бяхме разбрали за едни правила, които правят самия рън по-бавен и това... реално нямам всъщност рън. Какво не ти харесва? Просто е малко по-труден, отколкото мисля, че ще ми стигна 12 часа за да го упражня. Има конкретни 3 места, които най-много ме притесняват. Разходката ме притеснява, особено това си моделираш XP-то, така че разходката на жабата им преди това, което разхожда жабата, за да изложиш вратата, че имаш 4 мана. Това е доста пипкаво. Това нали, е много важен момент за самия рън, за да го направиш. Това ме притеснява. Това е втория трик, който ме притеснява, тъй като той е задължителен трик. Не ме притесняват някакви неща, които ако не ги направиш, просто се бавиш много време, като някакви кътсин скипове и тем подобни работи. Притесняват ме тия неща, които са задължителни, защото примерно тази жаба, това е задължителен трик. Няма как да го направиш този маршрут, ако не го направиш това. Защото по принцип джинзо дървото те телепортира на място, към което сега отиваме ние. Ние сега в момента отиваме към място, където бягството от джинзо дървото ни телепортира. В крайна сметка мога да направя джинзо дървото, бягството от него и като резервен план. Това може да е една от промените. Lucky, do you know how much slower would it be to just do the escape sequence in the Jinzo 3 instead of doing this trick? Could you possibly guess how much slower would it be? Because my guess it's not going to be much slower than like a minute and a half or something like that. And at least 20 seconds. Yeah, I was talking more about minute and a half, because I am not going to be perfect escaping the Jinzo 3. And also it will be a little bit safer, honestly. I'm terrible at guessing. I see. I would not press you. I see.
So he aims pretty low to the ground. There is one thing to note here. The hitbox for the ground is very thin. And in some cases...
Yeah, but 12 hours is not too much. 12 hours is not too much, honestly.
The frog's shot can just slip through it. And if that happens, it might happen repeatedly in the spot you're standing. So the best option is to take a step left or right and try again. So now that we have the first ground open, we're going to try to break the second ground with this frog. Now, for this, we have to learn the properties of these frog shots a little bit. So one thing about these is at the moment that these frogs fire, the maximum height which their projectile can go to is set, and it's based on your position relative to the frog at this time. So this next sequence of bashes is a setup to make it so that you're right next to the roof when the frog fires. If you are a bit off on this, then the frog's second shot in this corner will not have enough juice to make it.
I know that and I'm not happy about it. Solo баш е третия трик, за който се притеснявам, Огънче, който спестява много време, спестява ти цяла една секция и е отвратителен трик. То е клип номер 10, сега в момента сме на клип номер 7. Solo Bash, не случайно името му е такова. Първо, защото влизаш в Sorrow, не знам си какво беше. И второ, защото тъгата, която ти носи, трябва да бъде възпята. Да, Мексикан Рънър е голям пичага, ти е марчето. Страшен пичага като цяло. Макар че аз не съм толкова по къпхет, като цяло не съм много по бос ръш игрите, аз съм човек на мувмента и на платформинга повече.
To the roof, it'll seem like you could force it into the roof. It'll be right below it, and you can be bashing it all you want, but it can't exceed the maximum height set at the time it's fired. So you'll just have to, go back down and try again. So let's watch it. So you bash the shot up once. You can buffer a second bash on this shot. That is, bash before the shot falls into range of you, and that will catch the shot as soon as it's in range, and then you bash up with that one. Now note as well, it's important to see the position I'm standing in, which is basically just under the left edge of the breakable floor above, and this helps the frog get a little bit more distance if it's on the right side and you're on the left, so that's important as well. So here's the buffered bash up to the roof, and then you hit the roof and you double jump to keep yourself pinned against the roof and give a little bit of a wider window for this next shot to be fired when you're right up against the roof. And then once it's up there, you're going to bash it straight up, and hopefully, if you did the setup right, it will break the roof like that. It won't just fall short and fall to the ground, and then you can bash up on the frog and you're in business. So let's rewind and watch this trick done in sequence. Here we are. So safety save, not necessary. Chase the frog over. You could bash him there, but chasing it.
И даже за коментирам, според мен е по-добре, особено когато правиш нещо конкретно като спидранинга, е много по-добре да си на някакъв договор някъде, да не се притесняваш за това, че трябва да гледат хора, да не се притесняваш за това, че трябва да... защото TMR се издържаше от стримовете, ако не се лъжа, беше фултайм стример, и ако може да си го осигуриш това с договор, да не трябва да се занимаваш с хора, е много по-яко според мен. И ако, примерно, аз бях фултайм спидрънър, примерно, със сигурност ще предпочитам да съм на договор, отколкото да изкарвам пари от хора от гледаемост, която гледаемост трябва по някакъв начин да поддържам. И аз лично също ще избера Facebook, ако ми бяха дали парички, нали? Или Twitch, ако ми бяха дали парички или нещо такова. Нали? Хипотетична ситуация.
Is easier, so we'll stick with that for now. Send the frog into position, throw him on the floor, just hop over his shot to make him break the floor for you.
Не знам колко добри пари. Той правеше по 400-500 гледания. Не знам колко пари са правят това. То донейтовете са може би най-важното нещо, а той не е като да е с големи цици, че да донейтват яко. Така че няма идея.
Put him in the right corner. Bash down, buffer bash up, double jump, bash down, bash up. And that's that. So now we're in Swamp, out of sequence. This was faster than doing the Ginsu escape by a fair margin. And because we key-duped back in Ginsu, we have...
Със сигурност са му дали по-добри пари Огънче, защото в Twitch не му дават никакви пари. В смисъл Facebook, за да отишъл на договор, в смисъл за да отишъл в Facebook, те са му дали upfront някакви пари. И отделно, примерно, приходите от реклами. Докато в Twitch ти започваш с някаква... с нищо реално. Ти имаш... хората, които стримват тук, те нямат някакъв базов приход. Тия, които се местят по други платформи, обикновено се местят за някакъв конкретен договор, който имат базов приход, с който не трябва да разчитат на спонсори да оговарят, не трябва да разчитат на гледаемост от хората и така нататък, и така нататък, и така нататък. Не ги дава Facebook тези пари. Не съм напълно убеден кой ги дава. Може да са спонсори от Facebook, може и да е самата платформа по някакъв начин. Има го предвид. Нали, може да са рекламодатели, на които Facebook им предлага повече, но случаи като, примерно, Ninja и така нататък, не са непременно рекламодателите, колкото самата платформа привлича някои имена. И има... Ninja е един пример. Ninja е един пример. Нали? Но аз мисля, че е възможно да има много други стримери в различни сфери, които платформите са обрали един по един. TMR не е малък стример, не е голям стример, но не е малък стример. Спокойно съм го виждал някой път по 1000-2000 човека да поддържа и като цяло би трябвало да има относително така тясна негова си фен база. В смисъл, той има доста негови си хора, които много от тях спокойно биха се преместили да го гледат. Особено такива фултайм стримери. Защото те така и така, примерно, ако този стример ти взема 6 часа от деня, ти реално си повече гледач на него, отколкото на платформата. В такъв случай. И нюансова тема е. Много нюанси има в тази тема и нали, но не е будала, що ме е отишъл. В смисъл, що ме е отишъл, не е отишъл за по-лоши условия. Независимо по какъв начин.
Enough keys to open this door already, which is convenient because the keys are underwater and the water is still poisoned. So now we'll just head up to Stomp. You can bash straight up here to catch the edge of this hanging platform. If you're too low, just go around the left side there.
Няма централна организация, няма федерации и глупости.
It's better to do that than to reattach.
Тъй като, въпреки че изглежда така отстрани, самото хоби не е състезателно хоби. И няма нужда от регулация. И няма възможност за централна регулация. В смисъл, самото хоби, въпреки че изглежда така отстрани, не е въпреки че е конкурентно, не е състезателно. Аз не смятам, че трябва да се измисля нещо. Така както в момента се развива, е много по-добре според мен. Сега в момента всяко комюнити се регулира неговите си правила и неговите си работи. Преди е имало опити с централни регулатори и това е много по-лошия вариант. Защото централните регулаторни органи няма как да знаят спецификите на всяка игра. И винаги е било по-скапано, отколкото сега в последните няколко години, когато самите комюнитита си регулират собствените спидран условия. Това е по-добрият вариант за спидранинга. Не е като при спортовете, които са определена бройка игри, големи игри, нали? И всяка игра да си има... Просто няма как за всяка игра да имаш достатъчно добра федерация. Просто са прекалено много игри, нали? В смисъл няма как за всяка игра да имаш федерация по спидран. Не става. Доколкото, примерно, и спорта е различно, тъй като там, примерно, имаш 10, 15, 20 игри да са. Имаш 20 федерации. 20 са по-малко 12 хиляди, примерно. 200 хиляди, няма идея колко игри има по някакви платформи, качва линирано и всякакви работи. Технически има федерации, по-скоро са аматьорски, да ги наречем федерации, са организирани от фенове, които са съответно и рънарите, не са професионални организации. В този смисъл е някъде междинно. Има локални организации за всяка игра, които поддържат някакъв ред и определят правилата, примерно и така нататък, при които се случват. Не правила, то няма правила, има категории. Това е... Да. Няма как да се случи толкова мащабна организация като при спортовете, защото на практика просто има прекалено много неща, които трябва да бъдат регулирани.
Now we find ourselves at the Stomp Tree. So that will wrap up this portion of the guide, and we'll be heading over to Valley next.
И в крайна сметка най-основното, което е за спидранинга, че то е нещо, което е свободно за интерпретация, тъкмо защото не е състезателно. В смисъл, ти противопоставяш своята концепция за спидран по-скоро и своето време на други хора, но то не е пряко противопоставяне между двама човека. И в крайна сметка аз мога да спидрънвам игра по начин, по който само аз се спидрънвам, без това да е проблем. В смисъл, аз мога да реша, че за мен е по-забавно, примерно, да направя спидрън на Ori and the Blind Forest, който да събера всичката кръв и всичката мана, без други условия, и това да е забавния рън за мен, аз да го рънвам по този начин. В този случай никой няма да ми създаде проблем, примерно да си аплодна лидерборд за тази категория, ако някой иска да се включи, нали, в някаква extended категория. За разлика от e-спортовете, където подобно нещо няма как да се случи, защото ти не можеш да организираш състезание, в което само ти да участваш. Да, свободата на избор е просто безгранична и това ще се промени, ако е с федерации, което според мен ще бъде проблем. Спирам до тук, тъй като това е средния клип буквално. След него следват малко по-кратки 7 клипа още. Ще оставя в една кратка паузичка с Ori музика. Ще пусна един шоудаун. Ето така, в шоудауна ще пусна в това, в OBS. Ще ходя да хапна за кратко и ще се върна след може би 5-10 минути, за да продължим с това преглеждане на стратегии. Като цяло се надявам да ви е интересно, нещо по-нетипично е за нашия Twitch ефир. Повечето от вас почти сигурно не са много навътре с спидранинга като цяло, но дано се получава интересно. Ако искате, мога да бъда малко по-коментарен и да забавя малко самото нещо, за да може да някакси да успявате самите да проследите по-добре какво се случва на екрана, тъй като аз все пак съм запознат с играта малко или много. А някои от вас може би само са я гледали или са играли веднъж или нещо такова. Я да им кой ще бие в шоудауна обаче. Децет много тежък този път. Ями също се справя добре. Рестрим бота пак прави някакви измишлотини. Рестрим бота пак прави измишлотини. Пак ще вземе победата по тъп начин. Рестрим бота е читър, човек. Рестрим бота е тотален читър. Някой от вас, между другото, освен Double Ninja, който каза, че се е занимавал с Dark Souls 1, някой от вас спидрънвал ли? Я ми забелязвам, че няколко пъти, когато стане дума за състезание и така нататък, се появява. Ама не съм сигурен дали е по-скоро съвпадение или е факт. Огънчето, Dead Set, Adhesion, Deadly River и Ина с най-много точки. Ина е харчила, така че тя със сигурност е човека спечелил най-много през времето. Рестрим бота ми е интересно някой път да го видя. Как беше командата само? Gold Restream Bot. Restream Bot има 2010 Gold. Скапа на мафия, човек. Скапа на мафия. Би се пробвал на Рейман или Глакамеле. Може би прегледай Рейман, ако си спомням, Глакамеле беше доста... Или Глакамеле 2 беше много противна като техника, не съм сигурен. Разгледай ги, интересно е, смисъл. Според мен ще е интересно най-малкото да направиш такъв 12 часов чалендж, който да минеш играта максимално бързо. Като става дума за спидран, не е задължително да става дума за нещо, което е световен рекорд. Става дума за нещо, което е игране на игра с цел да я минеш най-бързо. Границите на това най-бързо минаване си ги определя сам човека според неговите възможности. Това е по същия начин, както стане дума за бягане. Когато говорим за бягането на мен, човек, който е 120 кг, с контузено вовеки коляно, и бягането на Юсейн Болт, ние говорим за един и същи процес с една и съща дума, но за процес, към който ние имаме различни очаквания. Така че като става дума за спидранинг на нещо, не го мистифицирайте и не говорете за него все едно, че непременно трябва да се случва в най-върховната му форма. Това не е факт. Спидранинга е много по-отворено хоби и според мен всеки трябва да пробва нещо с някоя любима игра просто веднъж, два пъти, за да види дали ще му допадне или не. Така че, нали, абсолютно всеки, според мен, трябва поне да пробва. Би било, според мен, най-малкото интересно като опит за всеки. Има другото най-важно нещо, което много обичам другия аргумент на хората, които не харесват спидранинга. Най-важният аргумент, аз обичам като играя игрите да ги изиграем изцяло, не да пропускам някакви работи. Имаш спидран категории за 100%, нали, също... Това е доста важна мисконцепция за спидрановете като цяло, че хората като говорят за спидран на нещо, те говорят за спидрана на нещо като едно конкретно нещо. А това не е факт по принцип. Спидрановете имат категории, не случайно, защото не са едно конкретно нещо. В смисъл, като става дума за спидрана на нещо, не говорим за спидрана на нещо, а за спидрана в еди коя си категория на нещо. В случая, примерно, ние правим, сега гледаме за All Skills. Примерно има категория, която скипва няколко от тези скилове. Това е All Skills, no out of bounds и без телепорти, без False Portal, примерно. False Portal може да ти направи ръна 12 минути, ако не се лъжа, примерно. Така че има много различни категории, които имаш много различни начини да стигнеш до това и няма дефинитивна категория. Няма категория, която да е спидръна на нещо. Има много различни категории, всеки може да си избере, нали, начина, по който да интерпретира играта за себе си. Нали, това е друго важно нещо. Но да, отивам да хапна за малко и се връщам след не кой знае колко много време. Само си пригася камерката. Отново съм зад микрофона. Време е се завърна на екран. Чуя се дали няма да е добра идея да барнем едно шоудаунче, може би още. Що не? Колко му е? Преди да продължим с Speedrun туториалите на Ори. На по-бавна музика, по-драматично така. Ега ти мелето. Колко Уисъл се хелна. Иначе Ями щеше да победи. И сама Ями... Не! Ха! И това е бот, между другото. Мамка му това също е бот. Който спечели. Или поне някой, който ползва програма като чат. Защото е един от хората, които... Или един от акаунтите, които винаги са тук горе-долу. Заедно с DZ, който ползва програма със сигурност, и рестрим чата, който не ползва, ама е рестрим чата. Даже рестрим чата изглежда, че се е самоизключил от това състезание по някаква причина. Както и да е. Връщаме се към гледането. В случая... Concern Frog. Не знам тая мотка. Не излезе нещо. Така, връщаме се към гледането. Продължаваме с следващия клип, който се казва Hollow Grove. Той е доста по-кратък вече. 9 минути някъде.
Up the stomp tree, and now it's time to make our way over to Valley. So first, to get out of here, we have a little bit of a skip. The intended strat for this would be to head over to the right, down, fight a mini-boss, and then head out that way. But we can just walk across these spikes, taking 1 damage boost, but that's a bit faster. Now, since we just got our health fully refunded by the stomp tree, you always have enough health for that damage boost, so no need to worry there. Now we're going to stomp down here. Stomping, taking 1 damage boost, but that's a bit faster. The intended strat for this would be stomp tree, and now it's time to make our way over to Valley. So first, to get out of here, we have a little bit of a skip. The intended strat for this would be to head over to the right, down, fight a mini-boss, and then head out that way. But we can just walk across these spikes, taking 1 damage boost, and that's a bit faster. Now, since we just got our health fully refunded by the stomp tree, you always have enough health for that damage boost, so no need to worry there. Now we're going to stomp down here. Stomping is faster than falling in most cases for most distances. When you're falling normally, you have to accelerate, and then you hit a terminal velocity of 32 units per second. Whereas when you're stomping, you do the wind-up animation, and then you're falling at a speed of 40 units per second. Even after you release the stomp and go into this, normal Ori state again, you're still falling at 40. So for long distances like that, it saves quite a fair bit of time. Pretty much any distance that's about half a screen or a bit less than half a screen, you're definitely going to want to stomp for, if possible, rather than just falling normally. So we stomp down here, make sure to stay out of the poison water if you can. It does hurt still, despite being all clear and beautiful. And then we'll dash out this way. Now we have plenty of energy in this section, so I'm just going to drop a safety save here and there because we still have nothing else to use our energy on. Now we're going to use the frog, who got us into Swamp once again to grab an ability cell on our way out of Swamp. And because of the sound bug in this next part, this frog is called Ringo. To just does a drum solo for the entire time you're there, so we're just going to bash up off of him and grab that ability cell. Now, if nothing else to use our energy on, now we're going to use the frog who got us into swamp once again to grab an ability cell on our way out of swamp. And because of the sound bug in this next part, this frog is called Ringo. Just does a drum solo for the entire time you're there, so we're just going to bash up off of him and grab that ability cell. Now, if you accidentally kill the frog, you can just kind of do half of that puzzle there, using the mortar worm shots to break open a path that allows you to bash directly to that cell, or you can use your safety save that you placed perhaps just before getting to that frog. Just die and try it again. So carrying on, continuing to move to the left, might as well safety save here again, we have tons of energy.
За нищо ги няма.
And here we get into the crow cutscene. Now, I should note at this time that this cutscene can be skipped, and there is a link to a video on how to skip it in the description, but it's not necessary and will lose you time attempting it, so it's out of the main path of this video for now. Might as well place another safety save, and now we're going to head up and grab an optional 5th health cell. While you're learning, I recommend taking this one, but later on that's probably one that you'll cut out. Now we continue to bash down here and grab an optional 5th energy cell. Now this 5th energy cell is actually faster. It's not necessary, but the extra charge dashes it gives you later in the run make it worth it to go down here and get. Now, at this point, you could opt to put a safety save here. It would interfere with the next cutscene skip, but the next cutscene skip only saves about 1.5 seconds, so that's not a big deal. And the spikes down to our right are one-hit kill spikes. No matter what your health is, you just die if you touch them. So this part can be a little bit of a spooky section without saves for a while. Okay, so the way that I'm going to get out of this area in the video is the fastest, and that's using a stomp stall. So the way this works is you bash on the spider, you start a stomp, you jump out of the stomp, and then that gives time for the shot to catch up to you. Now note, this only works properly if you have clean movement in and out of here. So if you were hung up on like some missed dash or who knows, something like that, the spider's shot will likely get aimed at you while you're still over by the energy cell, and this shot would not come in time, in which case you'll have to opt for a different method. So let's stop the video for a moment and hop into game to show a couple other ways out of here. Here we are in game, and I'm just going to show a couple ways in and out of the 5th energy cell. So first up, let's say you have clean movement going in, but you just don't want to do the stomp stall. It's a bit spooky to be stomping over these instant kill spikes. You can just dash out here and then catch the shot like that, and that will get you up there just fine. Now, another one, if you're sort of a double bashing kind of guy, then you can head in here once again, and you don't want to jump out over the spikes, so let's just grab the shot and double bash it, and that gives us the same position as if we had just done the stomp stall, just with some extra bashes, but perhaps it's safer. Now some other cases, maybe our movement is not so clean going in, so let's say we accidentally dash here and we're really slow. Now the spider's going to shoot at me again, so I got to jump over his shot there, and now he's just kind of shooting. You can wait and then just catch one like that. Just base it off the time that the spider is going to shoot rather than just rushing out. Because if you were to, do something like this, have messed up movement, and then assuming you didn't just get killed by the shot right there and you tried to rush out, there's nothing for you. You just hit the spikes and die, and that's a tragic way to end a run. So that covers that. Let's get back to the video. Alright, so since we showed some of the other methods, let's just rewind a bit and show the full play of the stomp stall without it being paused or slowed down. So here, bash off the spider, stomp, jump, and bash, and then we're up there. Now if you made a safety save just before this, then you can't do this cutscene skip here. The trigger line for this cutscene skip is in line with the wall above us to the left. As you walk through, you'll just be looking at the spider sack. Now this barely saves any time, so it's fine to just take this cutscene and carry on, but it is a little bit faster to do a rekindle through it, so that's what I'll do here. Now we have a little bit of a trick, which isn't much of a trick at all. You can use Stomp to break these charge flame walls from the right. If you stomp them, well, right up against them, and in the top half of the wall. So basically, you just jump to the top half of the wall, do a stomp, and the wall's gone. So we'll use this a couple times here to get through a few of these sea flame walls, since we don't have sea flame yet, but now we do. Okay, I need to wind it back here to show some movement. We're getting down to the charge flame tree, but to get out a bit faster, I cancelled out my bash glide up here, so that if you remember from way back in the Frankie walk, this Frankie will do a high jump because I'm close to him. If I just go as fast as I can over to the left, the Frankie will do a low jump, and then his second jump won't take him into the pit with me. But if I make him do 2 high jumps, he falls down after us, and we can use him for our benefit. Now, I placed a save here just to indicate that you can start a save anywhere during this cutscene to set up for the next cutscene skip. But it's not necessary, you can just save a bit closer to it if you don't want to do this part moving with.
Ако мога го домъкна, ще е важно, защото спестявам и дясната секция, която е може би 15 секунди.
The save anywhere up. And since the Frankie is down here, I just bash off of him and get up a little bit faster. If you fail the Frankie bait, it's not a big deal. You just have to sea flame your way out of this area and go around a little bit. You only lose a couple seconds, not so bad. So now we're going to head up towards the Spirit Tree. The Spirit Tree cutscene is super long, and one way to get through it is to start a save anywhere, and then just do a dash glide, or just jump onto the Spirit Well here, and then save once you're unable to move. It should be noted, if I just rewind this back a little bit so we can see again, that if you accidentally spend your points and you don't get the cutscene skip, you can still skip the cutscene by just placing a normal save, as close as you can on the right side of the Spirit Well. It doesn't let you save right up against it, but you can save, a little bit to the right and then just hop on the Spirit Well, and when you're unable to move left at any point further, you can just rekindle and have the same effect as the save anywhere. But the save anywhere is faster. It lets us go for this dash glide over the Spirit Well, and we need to level up some abilities anyways at this point, so it's just convenient to do so now. So here it is, dash glide over, level some abilities, reload the file, and that will skip the Spirit Tree cutscene for us. And now that we've made it to the entrance to Valley, let's break off here and come back in the next video. Welcome back to the Oriole Skills Guide. We're progressing along nicely here, about to enter Valley of the Wind, and wave goodbye to all those safety saves that we used to be able to do, because in this segment, we're learning Charge Dash. So right off the top here, we're coming up on a charge flame wall. If you're at full energy at this point, because you saved before the charge flame tree, and then started a save anywhere off of that one, you can actually use charge flame to blow up this wall, because we'll get a free energy crystal soon after this. If you are down 1 energy, then that's fine. Just stomp the wall, which is what I'll do here. So stomp in, I'm going to grab this ability cell and head over to the left. Not much to say about this, just heading up, stomping this post, there's our extra energy crystal. Sometimes that energy crystal can rocket off in weird directions, and if you're relying on it to refill your energy, then you need to make sure you track it down, but here it was nice to us. Depending on your movement in, the frog to the left will be in various positions. Here with the movement I did, he's in a nice position to just let me bash up to the right wall right away, but sometimes you might have to head to the left first. So we'll just jump up this section, bashing off of things and dashing through the air. Since we've picked up air dash at the Spirit Tree, we're getting good use out of that bash to air dash tech. Here is a little bit of a trick to get this ability cell. We're going to bait this bird above us to dash at us into the wall. It'll bounce off, and then we can stomp the bird. The AoE effect of stomp gets close enough to this wall to actually break it. So that lets us do something like this. Now, if your wall jumping is not particularly clean, if you're dropping too much time like hanging on the wall too long or not getting your double jumps in, then the bird might actually hit you, and then you may be in for a world of hurt because you do need this cell. So if you're having troubles with it, it might not be a bad idea to place a safety save before this. There is some ways to refill your energy here. It just costs a little bit of time, but of course dying costs a lot more time. So grab the cell and head over here. And we're just going to jump out and back to bait the spider into giving us a ladder of shots to climb, and this will get us another ability cell. At this time I should note that this segment is done differently in top level runs because a trick called fast stompless is pulled off here, but it's unnecessary and a little bit difficult, so like some of the other tricks along the way, it's just linked in the description, a playlist to optional tricks, and you can check it out there in the future. So we're going to head up here, we're going to place a save up next to these rocks, and then it's time to level up Charge Dash. So we're going to grab those two abilities, so we're up to C Dash, and then we're going to head over, stomp the rocks, and start the feather cut.
Not yet, not yet.
So unfortunately, you can't skip this cutscene, you just gotta hang out and watch the feather fall slowly down, but that gives you a nice break before the run gets super intense with the new Charge Dash tech. And to talk a little bit about what Charge Dash now lets us do, we're going to hop in game and take it for a spin. So now that we have Feather and Charge Dash, it's time to take a moment to talk a little bit about Charge Dash mechanics before we continue on. So Charge Dash can be charged instantly, unlike Charge Jump. You don't need to wait for this thing to charge fully up. You can just start charging and immediately dash. So that's using the Charge Jump dash binds. Now, it's recommended a lot of people will use a single bind to do charge dashes because you're going to be using them frequently from now on, and pressing two buttons for it every time can be kind of a pain when you're doing a bunch of them in sequence. Now you might say, well, how often can you really use it? It costs energy, right? Yes, but there are a lot of ways to refund charge dash energy. For example, bashing before your charge dash finishes will refund your energy. And the reason for this is because the developers of the game didn't want people to waste energy on a charge dash that got cut short, so to speak. But the methods of cutting a charge dash short are quite extensive. So there's bashing, stomping, taking damage, going into a cutscene, going underwater. All of these things, and I think there are probably a few more, will give you your energy back for a charge dash. So the most frequent one you'll be using is just a charge dash into a bash. And one thing to note about this is from the moment you press bash, you have half of a second, if you're holding the button, to find a target to bash, and the bash will go off. So a charge dash only takes about 1/6 of a second to complete, so you can bash at the same time you initiate the charge dash, and it will go off consistently. Now, as for stomping, the other method that we have control over all of the time for canceling a charge dash, you can do something like this, where you charge dash and then stomp to get your energy back. Now, this technique gets used a fair bit in high-level runs. I wouldn't worry about it too much for when you're just learning the game. You can add it in later. And I won't use it too much in this guide, but I just want to mention about how charge dashing with stomp cancels works. Basically, a charge dash into a single stomp is useful here and there, but it's much more powerful of a technique when you use a double jump to get out of your stomp, like that. So you're limited by your jumps to how much you can do this, but you can get movement chains going like that, which is really fast, faster than dashing. And you can even throw in potentially some uncancelled charge dashes to get longer movement chains, using a little bit of energy, like this.
How did he do the double charge dash? That he didn't cancel. How did he do that? Did he cancel it with a jump? Like charge dash, jump, charge dash?
So, another charge dash mechanic that we have to mention here is rocket jumping, because we're going to use it right away. The get longer movement chains using a little bit of energy, like this.
Yeah, it was jumping.
So, another charge dash mechanic that we have to mention here is rocket jumping, because we're going to use it right away. Now, as you may know if you played around with charge dash before, what charge dash does is it homes onto enemies, whether they're above you or wherever. It homes onto them like that. Now, like dash gliding, where we, cancel ourselves out of a dash and get some interesting effects, the same thing happens with charge dashing. Like, you can dash glide out of a charge dash, but it's a lot more interesting when you cancel out of a charge dash that's going vertically, because the game doesn't zero your vertical speed like it does your horizontal speed, and since the game has now forgotten that you were dashing, it forgets to decelerate you. So what this looks like is this, which, as you can imagine, is pretty useful for getting back up to Sorrow Pass, which is where we're going next. So the way that a rocket jump works is charge dash is something above you, and then you jump out of the rocket jump. And as mentioned in the configuration guide, this can be set on a single bind, because you can jump on the same frame that you charge dash, and you will get the rocket jump effect. You just have to have an enemy positioned above you, and the more directly above you the enemy is, the higher your rocket jump will go. And like normal jumps, holding the bind for some time, at least half a second as you're going up, will give you a bit more height. So to get back up to our save at Sorrow, we're going to do one of two rocket jumps. These are the same speed, so you can pick your poison. I'll just show you both of them. So the first one I did again, here we go. Go down to this frog. For this one you have to hold your bind a bit to get enough height to catch this bottom bird. And then we'll just do some charge dash bashes, and we're back up there. Now the other one is pretty much the same speed. You have to deal with bashing a frog around, but it's a little bit easier to get the height. You don't have to hold the bind all the way, and you don't have to have the guy directly above you for it to work. So you could get dash to the right, send this frog over here with a few bashes, and then rocket jump on him, and that'll work. And then we're back up at our save on Sorrow, and ready to move into the next part.
Идва ред на Sorrow Bash. За да ви обясня накратко какво е Sorrow Bash, до сега всички видеа, които гледахме, бяха по около 10 минути дълги и показваха по една секция от този speedrun. Sorrow Bash е трик, който е поместен в самостоятелно видео, което е 19 минути дълго. Така ще ви го обясня, нали, като съпоставка с всичко друго, което видяхме в този рън. Sorrow Bash е един от тия трикове, които изглеждат много по-лесно, отколкото реално са. Но доверете ми се, като човек, който има, нали, някакъв що годе нали, casual опит с играта, малко по-задълбочен casual опит с Ori and the Blind Forest. Това е един от най-трудните трикове, които ще съм правил като speedrunner, ако го науча. Не бих казал топ 3, може би, но не също, може би топ 3. Може би топ 3, като се замисля. Но определено ще е един от по-трудните трикове. Той е... Наистина изглежда просто много по-труден, отколкото... В смисъл, изглежда по-лесен, отколкото е. Сами ще се уверите, че като почна да го практикувам, няма да се получи толкова лесно, колкото тук изглежда.
It's time for Sorrow Bash. This video is going to focus only on the next 10 seconds of the run. This is a huge sequence break that skips doing Misty Woods and Forlorn Ruins and just takes you directly into Sorrow Pass to get Charge Jump. This trick, while very quick to execute, is quite difficult to learn and may take an hour or more, possibly several hours, before you get it once, and longer than that to get it consistently. But once you have it under your belt, it's not too bad to do. It's just a bit of a difficult point learning the game. I like to joke that it's called Sorrow Bash, not only because it takes you into Sorrow Pass, but because of the sorrow that it's going to bring you as a new player learning it. So, here we are. We've made it back up to our save by the Kuro Rocks, and we're going to go over grab this energy crystal so that we have full energy, and then head over to the right. Now, first up here, I'm going to place a save that I would not normally recommend placing in runs, but I would recommend placing the save for the purposes of learning Zero Bash because it eliminates part of the first bird manipulation. So what we're going to do is bash up on that first bird to not aggro the lower one, and then we'll just double jump into this wall, which gives us a wall run, and when you wall run up this wall to the top without holding right, you just perch on the edge here, which lets you place a save right next to these spikes. And this is convenient because, well, it only took, 5 seconds to get over here. That's 5 seconds that you would have to do every time that you're going to die 100 times or whatever, however many, doing this trick. So now what we're going to do is we're going to manipulate the two birds down below us to get us through this spike elbow here. Now, these spikes do 4 damage, so if you took the 5th health cell that I took in this guide when I was back in Grove, you can take 1 hit from these spikes and still get through. You don't have any other required use for your health here, so it's not too bad to accidentally take damage and still succeed Zero Bash. And there's even a method that I will show where you intentionally take damage to potentially make things a little bit easier. So let's first just play through my recommended first Zero Bash method at normal speed. Looks easy enough, right? Let's break it down a little bit. So I'm gonna play this video at a bit of a lower speed here. So first, we drop off to the left, just running off. We feather, bait both of the birds to attack us, and then head back towards the cliff. This causes one bird, the one below us, to go up past us straight, and the other one to just be off to the left. If you do this correctly, you'll see this bird position, and you'll be able to jump off the wall immediately and bash on the top bird. Do a bash straight up as the second bird off to the left starts to dash at you. It should go up to the corner here, and if it bounces off the wall, then your movement was too slow, and the setup will not work correctly. You'll probably just die to the spikes. So assuming that you did this part okay, and you have this bird that followed you up to the corner, you're now going to head over to the right, feathering, and letting yourself get close-ish to the spikes. In this part, a common mistake players make is they try to stay too far away from the spikes, and the bird will dash upwards. This overhang that Ori is underneath right now is a big problem in Zero Bash, because if the bird hits it, you probably will not be able to succeed. So, what we want to do is wait to use our double jump until it will just put us kind of at the midpoint between the spikes and the overhang, so that the bird follows a flat bash, where the bird follows a flat dash pattern towards us. So I jump pretty late, the bird back follows us straight. Now we bash the bird into the corner, and we want the bird to be as high up in the corner as possible so that we don't instantly hit the spikes below when we bash off of it next. Now immediately after we bashed it here, we dash back towards the right to follow the bird using our air dash, jump at the bird, bash again. Now here, we're bashing ourselves directly down into the spikes, but if you hold feather during this bash, you will immediately stop yourself and not actually be flung down, allowing you to avoid a terrible death. So this will send the bird up if it's high enough. We won't take damage from the spikes, and we'll be able to just hold the feather, jump to give the bird a little bit of time to get carried up by the bash, and then we'll do a charge dash bash at the bird. Now that movement I recommend doing on its own, just so you can get the feel of the bash holding feather. and then the charge dash up. Just do it on the birds as they're floating out in their default position, because it's easy to kind of forget and muddle those inputs when you're...
Това може да е една от потенциалните причини да се откажа от този маршрут. За начало няма да го правя. Ще си дам утре половин час, за да преценя дали съм близко до това да направя трика и може би още час практика само за него. Ако успея в този час практика да го направя няколко пъти, това значи, че сме окей като цяло. Но да, в смисъл, сега гледайки го не изглежда чак толкова лесен, но мисля, че имам надежда, че успея да го направя, но като цяло е доста солиден трик, е много комплексен и трябва да... Със сигурност трябва да си ребайнд на копчета, защото иначе просто няма да стане. Определено не е идеална ситуация, но на практика спестяваш две зони, които... Зона и половина, да кажем. В едната въобще няма да влезеш, в гората ще се върнем за клаймба. Само на самия край.
Because it's easy to kind of forget and muddle those inputs when you're kind of panicking because it's your first time in the corner in a while. And then stepping back just a little bit, let's get to here. This bash, you want to send yourself straight up. It may be tempting to angle yourself towards the area where you don't see spikes, but you get the best distance, the best chance of making it up there if you go straight up with this bash and then just hold left and double jump over there. Hold left and feather, that is. And that's the trick. So let's go through the method once again, more quickly. And you're in there. Now this is one of many methods to do this trick, and I recommend probably rewatching bits of this, maybe slowing down one of the ones I played at normal speed on your own, just to see how the little bits come together. But there's a lot of kind of little subtle movements to manipulate the birds properly, which it takes a while to properly understand, I believe. So I'm going to now go on and show some other methods of accomplishing the same thing. You can take your pick of which one you settle on, but I would recommend either this first one I did or this next one with an intentional damage boost. So back at the save we made on the ledge earlier, we're going to do the same bird bait we did before. I'll just play this method in its entirety once and then we'll break it down a little bit. Alright, so let's play things at a bit of a lower speed with a couple pauses. So exactly the same as the first method, we're going to fall off, we're going to bait both birds with a feather at about this position so that we get the bird below us to go above and the other bird to stay to the left. Then we bash straight up on the top bird. As the other one dashes towards us, it doesn't bounce off the wall, which means we're in a good position. Now unlike the last method, we still need to bait the bird to do a flat dash after us here, but we're not going to wait around and catch the bird and do a bash dash ourselves. We're just going to keep going to the right and bait it into doing a second flat dash. So we just feather, double jump to keep our height in between the spikes and the overhang, not too high, not too low, and then we'll dash into the spikes ourselves. And then after we take damage from the spikes, we jump off and get ready to catch the bird with a bash. If you don't catch the bird in time, it'll either just kill you or run into the spikes and kill itself, both of which are fatal. Now the input is exactly the same. You bash the bird upwards, you yourself downwards while holding feather, do a double jump, and then charge dash bash the bird, bash up, and you are in there. Next up, I'm going to go through both of these methods in a more run-friendly setting. Because our energy is in high demand in this segment, placing an extra safety save up to the right there is not too desirable, so just doing the same kind of thing, but from the save that we had placed before by the curl rocks is a little bit better. Let's take a look at that. here we are back up at the first save I made up by the Kura rocks, except I've already picked up the energy to the left because showing that again would be a little redundant. So, like we did before, to get over to the ledge, we're going to dash this first bird, bash up, and dash over the top so that we don't aggro the bird below us. Now, unlike before, we're not going to stop on this ledge, we're just going to hang out on the wall for a bit and then jump back to aggro the two birds. And this is essentially the same as the bait from being on the ledge and running off. It's just done a little bit quicker and a little bit more kind of loose since you're moving more throughout the entire time. So we get the same position, the lower bird goes straight up, we catch it, and we bash up to make the other bird follow us. So let's just wind that back, and then I'll play the full thing at normal speed so that you can get a look of how it goes. It's essentially after that point the same as the first method shown. Here's the damage boost method, but played from the save over on the left. Now I'm going to show a couple variations on Bash, this time looking at some one bird methods for getting in rather than two bird methods. Now I would recommend still sticking with the two bird method for your first few Bashes, but these one bird methods are faster, and some people might find this approach a little bit easier than doing the double bird manipulation. So let's take a look at this. First at normal speed, using a double bash to get a single bird into position for Bash. So rewinding and breaking it down a bit, we'll play a little bit slower and with some pauses. So we head out and we aggro the bottom bird immediately, bounce off of the wall so that the bird comes up past us, and it doesn't really matter if the bird hits the wall here, we're going to force its position to be correct using a double bash. This essentially skips going over the first bird and coming back. It lets us just immediately aggro the second bird and force it into a good position. So we're going to do a double bash here, sending ourselves at a slightly different angle than the bird, because if you follow the bird directly, you'll be in its hitbox when the bash immunity ends, and you'll take damage, which will mess up your position and hurt. So now, we're kind of in a familiar position here, wouldn't you say? This is the same kind of spot that you wind up in from doing the two-bird method. We have a bird that's ready to chase us horizontally along these spikes, and the rest of this is completely the same as before. Let the bird come towards us, catch it with a bash it up towards the corner, chase it with a dash and a jump, bash it up, charge dash at it, and we are into Suro. Now I'm going to show a method that's faster still, one that removes the double bash from the previous method, replacing it with a charge dash, and pushes the bird into the corner a bit faster with a series of dash bashes rather than waiting for the bird to chase us. This method has its issues, one of them being that it's probably the most difficult among the ones that I've shown here, and thus I really wouldn't recommend it for a beginner, but just for completeness' sake, I want to show this because it's more feasible than double bashing on a controller consistently, so it may be a method that you would like to settle on later on. So let's watch it in its entirety first, and then we'll break it down.
Da.
Okay.
Da.
So playing a bit more slowly with pauses. So just like the double bash method, we want to get over to the wall and bounce off of the wall ourselves before the bird gets up to us. Then we're going to catch the bird and force it into a good position. Now instead of double bashing, we're going to do a charge dash bash at the bird right here and catch it. Now, if we were to bash to the right, the bird would get too far away from Sorrow, and we would just fall to the spikes and die. So we have to force the bird into the position we want, and this part is a little bit tricky. You need to make it so the bird goes down towards the spikes on the first bash, such that you can send it up away from the spikes on the second bash without having it hit the roof, so that it's high enough in the corner. This is a little bit different than the other baits because you can't send the bird as far by bashing it as the bird would normally chase you if it dashed after you on its own. So I angle the bird slightly down, dash after it, grab it again, angle it slightly up, dash after it, grab it again. Now here, this is slightly different as well, because the bird does not have enough health to survive a charge dash hit. Now, when enemies are in this state, you will sometimes be able to charge dash and bash them, and you will bash their dead body, basically, which is what's going to happen here. And sometimes the charge dash will kill them and the bash does not go off. The reason for this is because Ori moves so fast when charge dashing that you can just tear through the bash radius and hit them directly before bash has a chance to update and recognize that you're able to bash something. And when you get the bash off the dead body of something, that just means that you were able to bash basically the last possible frame. Like the frame they died, you got the bash off anyways. Now, fortunately for us, this is consistent based on the distance between you and the enemy, and the further you are away, the more likely it is to work. So you need to delay long enough after releasing this bash and do it at a consistent angle, such that the bird is at a consistent distance away from you, meaning you'll have a consistent result with your bash charge dash. But if I were to do it, a couple frames earlier, this charge dash, then I might hit the bird and not get the bash off. Same with a couple frames later. Although at distance, it's more likely that it'll work. And this bird is reasonably far away. It's only when you're very close to things that this problem tends to occur more often. Now the bird's dead, we're bashing. And another effect of this bash is when bashing off the dead bird, your bash just does not take you as high. You're just a little bit lower. I think probably because the charge dash maybe knocks the bird back a little bit, and that lets your bash go higher when you're bashing off of a live bird, but when you bash off the corpse, it doesn't move. So you have to be a little bit higher in the corner. You can see I barely make this jump here, and that's why it's so important back here to do this downwards angled bash dash and then the upwards angled bash dash, because your height here is essential to actually complete this method of Sorrow bash. You can easily get positions with this method where the bird is high enough in the corner so that you don't die to the spikes, but it's still too low for you to get up to the spikes at the top. So that's just something to be aware of. And again, I highly encourage you to start learning Sorrow bash with a 2-bird method. But if you want to try out some of these, I figured I would just include them for completeness. Good luck on your Sorrow bash, and I'll see you in the next video.
Well, thanks. Да, това беше Sorrow bash. Sorrow bash е страхотен булшит. Със сигурност, реално не ми трябва повече от 5 кръв сега като гледам, тъй като кръвта тук няма как да ми помогне, тъй като трябва да имам 9 кръв, за да мога да понеса 2 удара от будлите, което няма как да събера. Да, напълно елементарно е, да. Затова за 10 секунди от спидръна отдели 19 минути за видеото. Не, като цяло това е едно от трите места, които могат да ме накарат да сменя подхода, конкретната стратегия, тъй като това, въпреки че спестява може би 10-15 минути игра, може би 10 минути по-скоро игра, е гигантски булшит да го направиш. В смисъл, Прогнозата ми е, че в рамките на един час може би няма да успея да го направя нито един път. В рамките на първия час, който се опитвам да го направя, сигурно няма да успея да го направя нито един път. Но ако успея да добарам така, че примерно да практикувам, практикувайки, ако успея да го докарам така, че да се получава на 5 минути по един успешен опит, напълно ще си струва инвестицията да го пробвам в рънове. Впоследствие, нали, тренирайки, може би ще успея да направи повече. Но ще видим за какво става дума. Но съм леко скептичен към този трик и може би ще трябва да го скипна, тъй като... няма, ще се пробваме както трябва. Пък в крайна сметка, ако толкова не успея да го направя, накрая на последния ден ще направя едно разиграване пълно по-бавничко, колкото ще да е, колкото да може да имам някакво разиграване в колана. Под колана, нали? Не, всъщност не е под колана, как се казва. На колана всъщност закачено и да мога да го аплодна. Един от вариантите беше по-лесен. Първия беше най-лесният според мен. Damage Boost е по-лошия вариант, защото това значи, че вече си наточен и ако горе не стигнеш на време, нямаш вариант да поправиш грешката. Според мен първия вариант е най-лесен, като лесен е, нали, много относително. Буквално няма лесен вариант тук, тъй като ползва баш, ползва перо, ползва даш, ползва двоен скок и ползва charge dash, което са ти 5 различни действия в рамките на буквално 3-4 секунди трябва да ги наредиш. И то не е само по един път използван, някой по два пъти и така нататък. Като цяло много прецизен трик, един от по-сложните трикове, които ще съм правил като Speedrunner, ако успея да го направя, нали. Презумирайки, че успея да го направя. Но пък много интересна част от рана, определено ще е много интересно да го науча.
Whoa, you're still here? Well, congratulations on getting through Sarabash. You deserve a big pat on the back for that one. Whether you got it quickly, or whether it took a few hours, whether you sat around grinding for some consistency on it, or if you've just gotten it once and are sitting here praying that I say you can safety save, or whether you just decided that this silly trick was worth practicing later and you just debugged your way up here to see the rest of the run. Nonetheless, good job on getting to Sorrow. Let's take a look at what's left. And by the way, you can make a safety save here if you want. Optimally, you don't, but there's spare energy for one or maybe even two if you go grab an energy.
I don't give a
crystal
fuck
up
about
here.
optimal watch.
So, let's look at Sorrow.
Insta safety save.
We're going to charge dash bash up to that bird, grab this ability cell off to the side. If you don't touch the ground after getting that ability cell, you can skip the pickup dialogue on it, which is kind of nice. And then if you remember from before Sorrow Bash, there's rocket jumps, and we're going to do one off this bird, that charge dash with a jump cancel. So we'll head up here, go get this keystone, and then throw the frog onto this ledge to the left. Now, what we want to do here is another rocket jump off this frog, but with a particular timing, so that the frog begins to shoot at us as we soar past him. And what this will do is it'll break the roof above. So if I just step it back a little bit so we see this full movement with the correct timing, throw the frog there, rocket jump, head down. And that causes his shot to break the roof for us, which is by far faster than going around the left side of Sorrow to do it. So a few things about this. You have to delay a little bit. You can't just rush out here and rocket jump, and that's why I'm not dashing. I'm just walking over normally and jumping, because the frog is stunned by the bash. If you rocket jump immediately, he will not shoot, and then you will not break the roof. Then secondly, you want to hold Feather at the top of this, because he's still aiming the shot right now. I need to make sure I stay up against this roof for just a little bit, so that there's time.
Rocket Jump, той го обясни по-рано, трябва да си под градината, колкото по-прав е ъгъл, който си под градината, трябва да чардж дашнеш под нея. Като чардж дашнеш, трябва да скочиш преди момента на удара. Реално може да задържиш чардж даш и скока в един и същи момент и това прави така, че играта забравя, че си в чардж даш, защото ти си скочил и забравя да ти намали скоростта на практика. И забравя да те деселерейтне по някакъв начин. Тъй като ти си в чардж даш и тя по принцип това, което прави, е когато ти свърши чардж даша да те забави. Но тъй като ти скачаш, за да излезеш от този чардж даш, тя забравя да ти канцелира вертикалната инерция.
for the frog to finish shooting, and then he'll send the shot up here. Much like the frog that we used to get into Swamp, this frog's shots have a maximum height, which gets set at the moment it fires, based on Ori's position. So we need to be just right up against this to make the shot break it. If we're too low, we won't be able to bash the shot up to break the roof. So just hang out here for a bit, and then we're going to stomp back down and rocket jump off of them. So this takes us all the way up to the top of Sorrow, and now we can use the fact that Feather refunds our air dash to get a few air dashes in, or if you find the spikes too spooky, you can just kind of glide around. That's okay. We'll grab this 100 experience orb out of the spikes there to set up our final level up, and then we'll do a ghost door up here. So throw those keys in, save, and then die. It should be noted that you don't need to do this ghost door. If you burnt your energy somehow, some way, it's gone. You safety save. But you don't need to do this ghost door there to set up our final level up. You can just kind of, or if you find the spikes, go grab an energy crystal up. Somehow, some way, it's gone. You safety saved, you messed up a rocket jump, something like that. It's okay, you just don't do the ghost door, just put the keys in and carry on. Now I will note optimally that before you take that death there,
why would I do that?
Is
though?
the best time.
Why would I opt out of doing that ghost door? Is it so bad to do? I don't see anything different compared to any of the other ghost doors. Because you need the energy for rocket jumps. I see that, but I honestly would safety save anyway, and would most probably try to get another energy cell anywhere possible. Because not sure if there will be one available, but I would really prefer to have another energy cell. Because I would really go for safety save. Yeah, I see that there isn't much energy around, but I mean another energy cell as in another permanent energy cell. And not safety saving is not an option. Especially in this 12-hour challenge. Totally not an option. Even if that means that I'll skip not mandatory charge dashes. Just keep one ghost door. Okay, fair enough. You're right. I was thinking in the way that it's not only ghost door, but it's a safety save as well. I was thinking about that, like one stone, two birds, but
time to start a save anywhere, and then carry it back through these spikes we just went through to do a trick that's coming up. Because that's not strictly necessary for the run.
But doesn't the tree heal my mana as well?
And going through these spikes with your vision obscured is a little annoying. We're going to put that aside for now, and we're just going to go grab charge jump. So let's head over there.
We're going to find out now.
So here, I'll just toggle the UI off real quick to skip the dialogue around this tree, pick up charge jump, and then we'll head out. Animations. I'll dash out of here.
Yeah, it does. It does.
And then we'll head back through these spikes. You could also opt to start a save anywhere on your way out here, but I figure if you're going to do it over there, you might as well do it on the way in. So instead, to make things a little bit easier, we'll save here, and then start the save anywhere. Next, float up to this roof, and you want to get right up against the roof, either off to the left of center or off to the right of center. It doesn't really matter. Personally, I prefer the left of center. So that's where I'm sitting. And then when you're against the roof, level an ability, keep your save anywhere, drop down, and die by charge jumping into these spikes. And now, while you're waiting to respawn, the inputs you're going to hold are feather and the direction towards the center of the roof. So since I saved to the left, I'm going to hold right. If I had saved over on the right side, you would hold left. And for whatever reason, this breaks the roof when you respawn. Now, there's some instant kill lasers on cycles in this area.
It really does look scary.
And I think you'll get used to how these cycles tend to work as you play Sorrow more often, but when you're first learning, they may seem a little mystical. And the reason for that is because the cycle begins when you first come up through Sorrow, when that first rocket jump off of the frog to get up here, and it saves the state when we're over at charge jump. So when you come back from charge jump over here, you get varying results depending on how quickly you came into charge jump. So just something to think about. But when you get consistent movement through here, then you'll get used to how these laser cycles work. So I'm just going to float up through them. We're keeping this save anywhere active, just to save a point of energy. Strictly speaking, if you wanted, you could cancel it, and then float up here being able to see, but it's a relatively short section, so I don't think it's too bad. So once we're up at the top, we're going to dash 3 times to the left, and then charge a charge jump, and just do a full height charge jump. And this jumps over most of a really slow walk zone up to the sunstone, and puts us right next to it. So now at this point, you will want your UI off again, so that you can not have to click through the dialogue at the sunstone. But if you have to, it's fine. Just make sure you don't accidentally level up anything while you're doing it. And let's let this cutscene begin. So you can just hold left this entire time, and as soon as you're able, or you will walk to the left and pick up the sunstone. And then there's an audio cue for when to save, so I'll shut up. There it is. If you were to turn your UI back on right before that save was necessary, you'd see the "you got the sunstone" thing pop up, and you would grab it, and then you could be out of there. So then we just head back down. Stomp straight out of Sorrow. We have everything we need here. We've got the skill, we've got the key to the last dungeon. So that'll wrap it up for this segment, and I will see you guys in Misty. Sorrow Pass is done, and now we're heading to Misty Woods. This is generally considered a fun movement-based section of the run. There's not too much in the way of tricks. We're basically just using all the abilities we've got.
Честно казано, никой май не го счита за забавно. В смисъл, не е лоша секция, всички харесват движенията, обаче е супер наказваща секция. Misty Woods като цяло е една от по-техничните и трудни секции в играта.
Unlocked so far to go fast. So let's take a look at it. Stomping down at the end of Sorrow here, and a dash over to the left, and charge dash to this bird, and that right there is something known as a meteor kick. It's exactly the same as a rocket jump, but you do it with an enemy below you rather than above you. So just a little bit slower. I just bash it down, bash myself up, and then rocket jump at it, and this sends you rocketing down quite quickly. Good use of one energy way into Misty here. Now it should be noted that I'm not going to do any stomp cancels in Misty. The optimal movement for Misty uses a lot of them, but I just wanted to show in the guide something that you can do without practicing that too much. So here I'm sending this Frankie over to rocket jump off of it. You could also rocket jump off of the worm up above if something goes wrong with this Frankie, or you can just charge a jump and bash your way up here to show the rocket jump. And I'm doing an uncancelled charge dash at the top of that rocket jump just to burn off some energy and to get over to this platform quicker. Otherwise, you would have to float over here. So, touch down, C dash up to that guy, or C jump, C dash up to that guy. Carry on. So in Misty Woods, we have to collect the 4 keystones and climb to get out of here. So there's a lot of just get a keystone, immediately turn around, go back the other way as the area shifts around. A little bit of a cutscene with dialogue here, so I'll flick the UI off for a bit so that we skip that and we'll turn it back on. So now we're heading down to climb. Not too much to say about this, just try not to get killed by the spikes. These spikes only do 3 damage, so even if you only took 4 health, this is pretty safe area. You can take a hit and not be instantly dead. And since, you know, I was dumping energy on some uncancelled charge dashes, you can instead opt to just safety save somewhere along the way. Especially if you take a hit, just dropping a save is not a bad idea. Generally speaking, in these areas, you want to work your energy down lower and then just use your last couple energy and continually refund them with bashes or stomp cancels or what have you. So we've got climb. It's not particularly useful, so we'll just get it because it's a skill and head out of here. Pay attention to where this next dash begins because it lets you go under the slime to the right without having to stop and bash it. Of course, if you're having trouble with it, you can just bash this slime, it's not much slower. So now we'll head up here, rocket jump off this frog as well, and beat this froggy up that lets us bash over to this keystone there. Now, I'll take a moment to step in game and look at a different way through this room if that doesn't go so smoothly. So first, if you mess up this rocket jump on the way in or something, kill the froggy, you don't get the nice bash glide across the top to get over. You don't actually have to do the puzzle in this room. It's sufficient to just charge jump across here, and that will get you up to the keystone A-OK. Now, as for getting out of this room, a neat little trick that you can do is called a backflip dash, which is where you simply just backflip and then do a dash with neutral inputs, and for some reason, this gives you gliding speed as if you had done a bash and a dash, which is just, Ori is weird, so that's how it works. Continuing on, stomping down from here, we have a bit of a puzzle with these lasers. The platforms switch when you jump, so you have to pay attention to when you jump and when you don't. The optimal movement through these areas involves a bunch of stomp cancels, which, since I'm not doing, I'm kind of just improvising something. And I encourage you to come up with your own preferred way of moving through Misty. This section is a lot of fun to just run through again and again because it's really quite fast. And there's 2 energy there. I had only used 1 energy at this point, so I probably should have dropped another on an uncancelled charge. Used 1 energy at this point. There's 2 energy there. I had only used 1 energy at this point.
Lucky, where what did he rocket jump off here? Could you please check and tell me? Yeah, that's a rocket jump, but what did he do the rocket jump off? Off the swag to the right. A swag. And
there's 2 energy there. I had only used 1 energy at this point.
Like the one that's a mile ahead of him? Okay. Fair enough.
So I probably should have dropped another on an uncancelled charge dash or something somewhere, but, don't worry about it too much. Could have also placed a safety save. Now rewinding a little bit, let's cover the setup for this rocket jump. Note where the circle of where the rocket jump started here is right up against that kind of large root in the background. That's a decent way to set it up.
Yeah, I got it.
A little bit fast. If this is a bit spooky, you can just touch down on the platform to the left.
It's still too far ahead,
do a charge jump up and then bash off a few of these guys' shots, but I don't think this rocket jump is too bad, so it might be something worth taking a look at. So now we'll head up towards the Misty boss, and I'll just go through, just play the quick kill, and then we'll step in game for a little bit and show a couple of the other ways to deal with this part. So we're back in game to look at a few backup strats approaching the Misty mini-boss. So first up, if you mess up the rocket jump on this front guy, you can just bash him up and charge dash to him and get up that way. If that goes wrong as well, let's say the front is just gone or dead or something like that, your next best backup is the charge jump up to the right, charge jump here, and then you can just head across like so. So that will get you up here without having to go around the long way. Now, as for the mini-boss itself, to go into a bit more detail on it, let's just clear out this area so that I can place a save and the Frankie won't bother me. The quick kill of choice these days is called Bang Zoom, because the names for all of these quick kills are very original and interesting. The way it works is you walk in with a charge jump charged, spawn both of the worms, charge jump back to the right, and immediately do a charge dash stomp cancel. This causes the damage from the charge jump, the C dash, and the stomp to hit the left worm. The right worm will survive, the left worm will die, and then you...
What was C dash, by the way? What was C dash?
charge dash into the left worm's or the right worm's shot to finish it off. So if it goes well, it should look something like this. That kills both of them. So loading back to that save. If those inputs aren't going well for you, and it can take some practice to get it down, you can opt for maybe one of the easier or older quick kills. The one I would recommend uses a little bit more energy, and essentially what you do is you just charge jump and charge flame the worms, which hits them with the charge jump damage and reflects their shot into them. So that would look something along this line. And that went a little awry, but you can just stomp the ground afterwards to finish them off if need be. Now, if you want to take it a bit easier, not risk getting hit so much, you can just spawn one worm at a time if you want with that method. That one went a little bit slow because I got the same one twice, and then a little bit of finishing them off with the stomp. Now, if you have no energy here because things went terribly wrong, don't fret. You can go for just straight charge jumps into the worm. It only takes 2 hits to kill them that way, so something like this is an option. And I even got hit, nice. You do have to be a little careful.
So charge jump will return the fireballs back to them. Is that right? It will hit them back.
Carrying on, we just have to wait for this door to open and then head over to this key door, mash our 4 keys in, and now we don't actually need the Gumon seal, so we're just going to enter and leave that room. That's going to trigger the forest to transition into a sleep with an exit, and then we'll just head out of here without doing that slow orb carrying sequence. Since we're not going to pull one in this run, we're just going to head back across valley, dash and charge dash over here, get to this teleporter, and head back to Glades to pick up our last skill, Light Grenade, which we'll cover in the next video. We're on the home stretch now. We just have to go grab Light Grenade from lower Blackroot, then our skills are complete and we're off to Horu. So at the start of this video here, what's going to happen is a charge jump into an air dash, into a dash glide out of the air dash. You could do that, or you could opt to land on the edge of the platform up to the right and do a ground air dash from there. Just want to float over the slow zone of the Blackroot entry cutscene, like we did at the start of the game on our way out. So let's check it out. Then we're just moving in through Blackroot, going down to the lower part. Here's a trick called the lever glitch. What happens here is you place a save, you push the lever to the left, then rekindle your save, and die. And the effect of this is it will just stick the door on the right side open. As you can see as we're going down here, the door is slowly opening on its own. Now, just after I stomped this floor here, the laser below me had its cycle begin. And it is not loaded at any time before that, so you're pretty much always safe as long as you don't get caught up on the platform to the left here or something like that, to just drop down and get over the laser like this. Now this next laser is loaded while you're on the left side of the zigzag up top. So for example, to step it back a bit, the laser is loaded now and unloaded. Loaded over here and unloaded once again. So as long as this part goes smoothly, you'll be able to beat this next laser as well. You'll know it's safe if you can see the laser disappear. It may be a little bit more risky if you don't see the laser at all when you're down there. That means perhaps you're a little bit slow and you might want to wait on the cycle. So carrying on, we just charge jump up the right side of the room, C-dash to this bird. Now we're going to place a save here. And much like the Spirit Tree cutscene, what we want to do is start a save anywhere, and then do a dash glide into the cutscene to cut out some of the slow walk zone that exists around here. Of course, it's fine to just do this cutscene skip similar to the very first save anywhere one we did in the game, where we just walk up, wait for Ori to stop being able to move, and then save and reload. Now one thing to note about this one is if you don't do the reload menuing quickly enough, you may have to wait for a fade to black before you're able to do the reload, but if that's the case, that's still perfectly fine. It's still a little bit slower, but you still get the cutscene skip as long as you spend the point in there. This cutscene is very long, so you'll have a bit of a fun time if you miss it, but at this point there's not much you can do. If there's a mistake, you lose your point or something like that. So now we've got Light Grenade. This completes our skill set, and we'll now head to Horu. So rather than doing the puzzle in this room, it's faster to just charge jump up the top, dash glide over the slow zone once again, and then we're going to head down and out of here. Careful for the laser. You can do some rocket jumps out of this section, but they're a lot of risk for little gains, so I didn't show them here. I just did some more consistent, easy charge jump movement. Now you have a choice. You could continue going up here just by double jumping up to this wall and then heading up to the slime and over to the right. But it's barely any slower to just go underneath, and probably will result in less deaths to this boulder. You know, less than a second difference between these two paths. So I just went underneath here. And we're going to go up and pick up this health cell. If you did not take the 5th health that I took in this guide back in Grove, you definitely need this health cell to hit the 5 health minimum requirement for the final escape. And it's nice to take it as well to get a 6 health, because that makes the ending basically trivial compared to...
My grenade jump is kind of slow though. I need to retract the power of the grenade a little, and it's kind of slow. Not sure if you have a better way to do it.
A little bit spooky with 5. So we have all the health. We're going to now use the Thornfelt Swamp teleporter that we got so long ago, back before the Ginso tree. Now for this movement here, the video actually does it wrong.
I might not know what grenade jump is like. The one that you do in the end. I see. At the very end, but do you need to? Don't you need to grenade as in the light burst? You need to use the light burst. Do you not need to catch the light burst as soon as you drop it? I guess he will explain that. So let's just listen to it.
Was trying to avoid doing stomp cancels, and I would normally do a stomp cancel here. But if you replace this 3rd dash I did with a charge dash, and I have plenty of energy for it at this time, you're immune to these spinning spike arms, and you'll just go right up to the rock and you can get out of here safely. As it is, I do a dash and I get hit, but you know, still not a big deal. So now, accidentally did a stomp cancel there, don't worry about it. Just head over the top here and make our way towards Horu. At this point here, if you want an additional health cell, either if you're taking this one as your 5th one, or you didn't take the one in Grove and you're aiming to take this one as your 6th one for safety in the end, before you head up bash off this slime, you can stomp the floor to the right and head down there, and there's a health cell in there. So carrying on, we head up towards Horu. Like charge flame walls, this type of wall works with a stomp in the upper part from the right as well, so that's how we're going to get through that. And we'll just make our way over here, throw some charge dashes in as you come along. I'm just going to dump out a bit of that energy way to Horu, throw the sunstone in, and get ready to enter. So, a bit of a short video this time, but we'll wrap things up in the next and final part, Mount Horu. You've torn through the end of the game, and now it's time to finish things off with Horu. We just have a couple tricks left to finish the run, and the first one we're going to do is something called door work. So after this cutscene that plays at the start of Horu, where Sign looks around and says something to the effect of, "Oh no, everything's on fire, we need to save it," the game will autosave at the end of this cutscene, and then we'll exit and reload the file. So if you were looking to actually do any rooms in Horu, this isn't the category for that. So we exit and reload. Now, on the first frame that the game loads in, you're going to press up to enter the door, leaving Horu, or so one might think. Now, the way to do this is, variable. You could either time it by the music, by the fade to black, or you can mash your buttons around that time to achieve the same kind of effect. People find different levels of success with varying methods. But if done correctly, this is what's going to happen. Go through the door, and instead of going outside Horu, the door is going to misfire and send you to the end of the dungeon instead. This is an interesting bug of all doors that you enter like this in the definitive edition. By entering them on the first frame that a file loads, they just send you somewhere that's wrong. And this one happens to send you somewhere very useful. The location for the door warp off of each door is fixed. So this one will always send you down here if you get the door warp. If you miss it, you'll end up outside of Horu, and then you can just reload the file and try again, because your save is still in the same place. So, carrying on, we're going to charge jump up here to start the final escape sequence. After you've clicked this, you can turn the UI back on if you want. I did for this video, so you can see your health and energy in the escape. And during this escape, it's very important that you don't take any damage, because the water at the end is still poisonous. This is what we needed all of that health for, is to get through this last part. So we'll just cruise through these first few rooms, making sure we avoid the flaming boulders and lava pillars and all that stuff. And now we're going to head down here. You can break this next wall with charge flame or charge dash or a wall charge jump, your choice really. I like charge flame. A lot of people like charge dash. Now here is an important moment in the run. If you only have 5 health, you need to manipulate these fish to let you get through the water, only taking 4 damage. The fish start swimming around the time that you're done with the lava pillar and lanterns part. So if I rewind it a bit, it's about, let's see, play it for a little bit further. It's around here that the fish begin to move. So your movement from this part to the water is what determines where the fish will be. If you have 6 health, like I do in this video, you don't really need to worry about it. But I did the setup in this video as if I had 5, so that I would get through with only taking 4 damage. And the key moment you're looking for is to hit the water at about the time that this first fish first turns to the left. If you took too long coming in here and this fish is already over to the left, you're likely going to take 5 damage in the water. Or if you rush over here fast, doing a bunch of charge dashes in this section, the fish will still be swimming to the right and it will be difficult to get to it, only taking 2 damage first, and you will probably take more than 4 damage in the water as a result of that. So I've done the setup correctly. The fish is turning just as I hit the water, and then I'll just take 2 damage as I go through. Bash off both of the fish, and as you can see, I have a spare extra health that I didn't need, but for safety's sake at the start, I would definitely recommend going with 6 health and toning it down to 5 health once you feel comfortable getting through that consistently. So now we have another trick coming up. Let me just advance the video a bit. Pause here. There's a trigger zone for Kuro spawning to come kill you in this last section, and it's pretty much a straight line, a box below me, directly below where Ori is right now. But it doesn't actually reach all the way up to the roof of this cave. So if you do this charge jump out the top, you go over the trigger box, and Kuro will never spawn, which is quite useful for us, because it lets you just go up the left side here like this. So if you see the bird coming to chase you at this point, you need to go over to the right, get in the safe zone to survive. But if you do it correctly, then you'll just be able to go straight up the left side, which is a little bit faster and obviously safer, because you don't have to worry about these flaming boulders as much, and there's no big bird coming to kill you. So now, at this point, if you want, you can just opt to bash on these last few falling rocks, go up to the right and finish the run. But I'm going to show one last trick. This is an optional trick called grenade jump. And for details on this, I'll link to a guide on how to set up the position and what the inputs are and whatnot in the description. I'm not going to go into too much detail here because, like I said, this is an optional trick. This guide was just meant to focus on getting you through the run. So here's a grenade jump. It's a 1 frame input to fly like that, and the effect of it is it's going to skip half of the final cutscene. Things are going to glitch out a little bit, and then I'll become Naru at the end a little bit faster than you would normally. Now if you didn't get this, or if you just opted to go up normally, you'll just be sitting there watching a bit of a cutscene where Sign flies over the spirit tree, and then Ori has to, so if you just opted to go up, and then I'll become Naru at the end a little bit faster than you would normally. Now if you didn't get this, or if you just opted to go up normally, you'll just be sitting there watching.
Парашутчето лети само, гледайте. Мега добро. Това е, защото Ори е стигнал предварително до позицията, до която не трябва да стига.
Fly like that, and the effect of it is it's going to skip half of the final cutscene. Things are going to glitch out a little bit, and then I'll become Naru at the end a little bit faster than you would normally. Now if you didn't get this, or if you just opted to go up normally, you'll just be sitting there watching a bit of a cutscene where Sign flies over to the spirit tree, and then Ori has to walk over there, but I just skipped that with a grenade jump. At this point in the game, whichever method you use, the fastest thing you can do to finish up is just hold right. So you're just in the victory lap, basically, cooling down, and time happens right when Naru passes behind this tree. So right there is the end of the run. With the auto splitter set up, this will do the final split for you, and you have completed your first run of Ori and the Blind Forest. Congratulations. So, I hope you enjoyed this guide and found it useful. If you have any questions,
thanks for the GG.
Welcome to post on any of the videos. I'll take a look, or come join the Ori Discord. There's a link to it on speedrun.com in the forums, I'm pretty sure.
Gotta submit it. Gotta submit it now.
So this has been Sigma. This has been Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition. I hope to see you guys running.
Утре ще им дали си изкарам GG-та. Утре ще е тренировка само, разбира се. За захвана самото движение. Well, it would be the slowest run by far. Like, few times slower than the slowest one currently. So, добре. Това беше гайда, който ще следвам. Представям си, че ще е малко по-сложна работа, отколкото нали, ми се ще, но това винаги е нормално. Мислех си днес да гледаме освен този гайд и един цял рън. Ако сте окей с тази идея, около 1 час е ръна. Или пък може да видим този на Люки, между другото, ако той самия той ми предоставя линк, така че той около 40 и няколко минути беше неговия, доста по-добър отколкото всъщност този, който щяхме да гледаме, и може би от този, който ще постигне, защото той, доколкото помня, че някъде около месец си игра с ръна. Ако сте навити, мога да изгледаме един цял рън, да видите как става вече, нали, цялостно. Аз съм окей с това, не бързам да свършвам стрима. Но пък ако се поуморихте и вие, защото аз определено малко се поуморих, ако се поуморихте, да разпускаме командата за днеска, утре да се върнем с едно екзиго. Аз да ходя да... Няма да рина пръст все още. Добре, ще рина пръст после, защото трябва да си пресявам билчиците. Трябва да пресявам, имам ментичка и босилече. И трябва да намеря малко пръст навън, която да е добра, която да не е пълна с останки от... не е пълна с останки от строителни материали, с които е пълно тук. Така че, окей, ще гледаме на Люки. На Люки, if you are still here, we are going to be watching your PV and we'll be talking shit about your skills, most probably. No, but seriously. We are not going to talk shit about you. Not at all. You love talking shit about your run, yes, that's correct, and most runners do. But still, that's your right, because it's your doing. None of us would be able to match your run in the foreseeable future of the next week. So we would not have this right. Аз съм с една такава лопата за нариване на домашен букук, защото нямам с каква друга и ще съм много куриозна гледка с такъв ръжен да рина гробове. Но да, пръст ми трябва, сега е по-удачен момент, честно казано, да я рина, защото поне няма да трябва да обяснявам на хората защо по дяволите съм с черен чувал за букук и рина пръст на улица с павета. Значи, защото има едни купчинки с пръст, хубава пръст пред нас, малко е сложно, но... сега ще пуснем един така... Ще пуснем един... шоудаун. И ще пуснем ръна на люки. Аз ще направя ни пуканки междувременно. Много е важно. И се връщам. Това, което ще направим сега, е да гледаме спидрана на Люки. Ще оставя микрофона пуснат. И я чуя колко силно ще се чува хрускането на пуканки. Не е ужасно. Ако го чувате много тежко хрускането на пуканки, кажете ми. Мисля, че имам какво да направя чисто с честотния спектър, като намаля. Кажете дали се чува прекалено много. Окей, имаме готовност да започнем. Фейдвам към този екран. И това, което ще направим е, че ще гледаме ръна на Люки. Luki, it's not narrated, am I correct? Because I opted to watch your run mostly because I don't expect it to be narrated. Okay, so I would leave the game audio and would still be talking mostly in Bulgarian. I would talk with you as well if you have something to say. Would maybe translate it for the people as well. So yeah, game audio as far as I know. Okay, I guess so. You are rarely narrating your runs. Но добре, окей, това е ръна на Люки. Пускам го да го гледаме, пък да видим къде ще ни отведе това. Not even game audio though. Честно ли? Секунда. It seems so, Luki. How did you even got approved? How did this even got approved? Without game audio. Oh my god. Okay. Така, това, което ще направим е, че си пуснем оре музичка отдолу под гласчетата. И ще гледаме ръна на Люки с... Twitch, please. Така. Ще оставим гейм аудиото е така. Не гейм аудиото ми, музиката от играта под гласовете ни. И ще коментирам. Това, което виждаме в началото е, че той ще се запъти към секцията с лоу джампа. взима сайн без UI, както виждате, няма диалози в момента заради това. Как съвпадна музиката обаче? Началото е straightforward като цяло. Damage. Моето ори, твоето ори, нашето ори. Това беше от на някакъв футболен клуб, ако не се лъжа. Ама не мога да сетя кой беше. Играе бе, как да не играе? Не, това с Беро е друго. Абе, я да ги пренеса тия. Е, тук пуканките. Много интересно избягва под тях. Това сигурно е доста константно движението, ама ми се вижда малко по-трудничко, отколкото трябва да е. Не е зад кадър, бе. Направо си е в кадър. Рядко си позволявам, всъщност никога не си позволявам да го правя, просто сега дори е удачно, защото седим и гледаме чуж спидрън. Направо си е удачно да ям пуканки. Добро начало. Но това начало си е доста straightforward по принцип. Аз не само за това, аз по принцип го считам за като цяло за проява на лоша култура да забавяш темпото на стрима и да го разваляш със странични дейности. Затова като е почивка, но сега нито забавям темпото на игра, нито нищо, нито наратива страда кой знае колко, защото сега сме гледали 4 часа, 5 часа туториал за това нещо. Да бе, ама да имаш нещо страни да ядеш, това определено разваля темпото на стрима според мен, това за мен е неправилно. Не знам, аз го виждам малко и много като работа. Значи сега има 31. В момента има 31. So you are now looking now going to try to kill three slimes because you have 31 experience. Is that correct? You should try to go and kill 3 slimes. 1. Доста чисто движение, между другото. Тази зона винаги ми е била притеснителна. Утре ще е само практика. Не чак толкова притеснителна. Според мен мини играта някой път на 100% огънче е много яка. Особено като вземеш да свикваш движението, блестящо направо. If the guy is correct, two slimes would be one too few. And you would have to go for another source of XP. Because he said 37 or more. Oh no, it's not too few by the way. Huh. На 98% ли? Ма ти не си играл Definitive Edition, Белганче. Иначе тази зона въобще е нямало това, което си играл ти. Не мога да е 98% Definitive Edition без скилове. Просто някак да стане. Много е красива обаче, като светне зоната. Дед вика мани... Абе, казах ли вече, че тази игра е много красива, бе? Ти после ходи да ги вземеш. Браво, браво. О, много добра манипулация. Не, връщам си думите. Но пак не е ужасна манипулация. И упражнява даш глайда. Браво, браво. Още един път. Браво, Люки. Your dash glide is pretty consistent though. I don't feel comfortable with mine. I tried to do it in a casual playthrough. Casual race we did with another fellow streamer. Yeah, it definitely requires practice. So I was consistent with my bash glide, but not the dash one. Not at all. By the way, do you know if the two bumpers where you find the key below, the one with the spikes and the one that doesn't have any spikes, do you know if they are on global cycle or if they load at some point when you enter the zone? I guess they load at some point because this game doesn't seem to have like global cycles the way you would have them in Shovel Knight, for example. So they are local cycles, not global. Okay, fine. Това нито така ми е удобно, нито иначе. Само че това ще го върна малко. First try, браво, браво, браво. Люки много подготвен, между другото, просто нищо общо. I know. It's even bonus points now. Because you managed to do it with grabbing the XP as well. Най-яката сцена. Тук издърпваме невидимия камък, който стои върху невидимото гумо. Но от този етап играта е доста объркана. Доста объркана. А все още не сме почнали с истинските изпълнения. Не, това, което прави Люки в момента е категория по-добро от това, което аз ще успея да постигна. Ако не две категории по-добро от това, което аз ще успея да постигна за тия 12 часа при всяко положение. Просто няма как да се случи това. Нещо като наобратно, да. Та гад винаги има удря. Явно трябва да стоиш на по-голямо разстояние. Защото винаги ме удря в 100% от случаите. Буквално. Буквално 100% от случаите. Тук сейфти малко. Без газарски изпълнения. Тук сякаш... Lucky, isn't it faster to go above in the previous screen? Isn't it faster to go through the upper portal, not the lower one? Строят се лежерно, защото още не е стигнал до куиктека. Тук все още няма кой знае колко неща да не са му лежерни. А и най-важните неща са да не умираш много и да не правиш дълги умирания в тази игра. Така че бързо и бавно. Защото това умиране, примерно, е доста гнусно. Това е около 40 секунди умиране. Интересна идея, ама май не е чак толкова бързо, че се струва. О, мама. Браво, бе. Браво, бе. Това виж е нещо, което аз няма пробвам дори. Това далеч не е лежерно. Тук долу има XP или... Lucky, do you remember whether there's an XP or a health point or a mana thing down below to the left, below these 4 keys point, like, oh, it's a mana, I will definitely take that one. Yeah, it's a mana here, see it, give me a sec, see to the right, it's a mana, I will definitely take that one, even if it takes me 30 seconds. 100% worth it, if you ask me. And I'll save about here, and then I'll try to take 3 of the keys, exact the glitch. Why wouldn't I? Yeah, but I would just say save a little higher. I mean, my save won't be... As far as I understood the guy who explained it, you need to be just away from the door, not in the box of the door. And you can respawn to any save point. I guess in the same area. But I won't leave the area. I will try of course. But I don't need to be in the exact location if I understood him correctly. I think I know what happens in terms of what the game happens to do. I think I know. It basically forgets that you are dead when it respawns you. Oh, would you first try that? Whoa, 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 whoa. Pog. 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 Да, Люк е доста по-подготвен, отколкото аз ще бъда. Много по-подготвен. Много красив рандуся. Нали, леко грапав, естествено. Но много красив рандуся. Рекиндъл, много важен. И сега излиза от тази зона. Да, този скип е много важен според мен, защото спестява поне... Освен, че спестява идването до тук, спестява и ходенето до долу, което... Всъщност мога да не го спестява, защото ти мога да вземеш да дупликираш печатите. Да, определено се движи добре. Вижте колко много време се спестява, нали? Само, реално той прави що годе същите стратегии, както правят топ-рънарите, просто не толкова оптимизирани. И топ-рънарите го правят за примерно 30 минути. Вижте колко време се спестява само от оптимизация на движението. Буквално 1/3 от ръна. Повече от 1/3. Само от оптимизация на движението. Това е интелигентна стратегия. О, ето една сфера, която аз ще взема. Yeah, that's what I noticed though. You're not even bash gliding. But anything that makes you feel safe. My main concern would be finishing the run without too many stupid mistakes. I cannot bash glide too much because both of my controllers that I would be able to prefer have problems with their sticks. Their sticks are bouncing back, and that makes me fuck up my bash glide quite a lot. Either I will try to go for my Switch Pro controller, which has a pretty slow stick. It might be detrimental in general. Тук започна да чардж. Не, това не беше чардж даш. Още не. Това беше нормален даш. Ето това беше чардж даш. Не е лошо движение до тук. Тук сейф. Важен. Проблем. Дали ще го фърст трайне? Това е добър сетъп, между другото. Хубаво, че сейвна. Yeah. I tend to have easier time here. Not sure why did you fail that. I don't even go for that. I try to climb. Don't even save that. Charge dash е като... Нали имаш charge jump, умението, което се чарджваш и скача високо. Charge dash е едно от уменията, които вдигаш от дървото. И в общи линии със същото копче, с което се чарджваш. Просто вместо да джъмпнеш, вместо да скочиш, нали, дашваш. Ще го видиш като даше, само че лети много по-бързо. И лети към чудовищата, ако има наблизко някое. Е това. Няколко от тия бяха. Първото беше чардж даш. Сега най-вероятно ще видиш едно към бухала, което се отправи. Най-вероятно ще чарджнеш бухала с чарджаш. Ето го. Това е чарджаш. Виж как тръгна по права линия към тях. Интересно самоубийство, Люки. Ще вдигне скилове. Why would you spend your ability points though? I don't get why would you spend your ability points here. Did you do it by mistake? Значи нищо от това, което не съм видял, не е бил чарджаш. Моя грешка. Тук сега примерно се използва чарджаш, за да стигнеш до там. Но да, всъщност това си е вярно нормален даш. Не знам, защо ме бърка Ori 2. Тъй като Ori 2 даш е различна анимацията. Charge dash е с права анимация там. Първи фейл на Sorrow Bash. Не. То сетъп е прецакан яко. Мъртвороден. Решава да сейва. Не е лоша идея. Браво. Не е ужасен опит. Ужасен опит. Са горке не може да самоуби. Успех. Добре, успя. Браво. First try, easy. GG. Браво. Явно чарджаша там няма стане. Гледаме, Митко. Гледаме. Не играя аз. Моето ниво на игра далеч няма да е толкова добро. За цялата седмица няма да видите такива неща от мене. Защото това е добър рън. Не е топ рън, но е доста добър рън. 120 и някое място е. Но е... Много добър рън. В смисъл с около 13 минути, не, 16 минути по-бавен от рекорда. Което не е чак толкова добре, като го кажа така, защото рекорда е 27 минути. С повече от 50% отгоре. Ама би било нещо като 1 час рън на Shovel Knight. Което пак не е лош рън. Всъщност повече от 1 час, час и 5 прямо би било. Което пак не е лош рън. Не е ужасен рън. Не е кой знае колко добър рън като замисля, но не е ужасен. Но да, Люки лежерничко кара. И все пак няма да видите така игра от мен. Няма да скипне тази късцена, но няма значение. Или пък ще я скипне. Това беше добро. Това беше чаш даш. Надолу. Няма представа как ги обърка с нормалния даш. О, 200 XP. Am I wrong, Luki? Or the bash buffer is pretty generous? Because it might be that I'm wrong, but it seems that the bash buffer is pretty generous. Дабл джъмп и след това с даш. Ма той познава играта доста по-добре от мен, между другото. Това няма как да го науча за 12 часа, според мен е толкова добре. Освен ако не правя само това целенасочено. През времето, между другото, тъй като с Люки сме рънвали и Shovel Knight заедно, съм забелязал, че е доста по-добър да изпълнява неща, които дори да не ги разбира напълно, е доста по-добър в това да репликира стратегии, всъщност, който аз примерно тотално не мога. Това ми е може би ахилесовата пета, че ако не разбирам нещо, аз не мога да го направя да си спася живота. Докато той, примерно, не знам дали чухте и при самото обяснение, примерно на единия бос, казват, не е много задължително да го разбираш, че да го направиш. Което съм сигурен дали може да се получи така при мен, ама... Някак си намирам безброй много начини да объркам неща. Много добър рокет джъмп. Да, за кое? Между другото си личи, че наистина не го разбирам много добре, защото тайминга за това кога прави рокет, в смисъл не рокет джъмпа, ми чарж джъмпа му е 3 пъти 3 различни тайминга горе-долу. Единия път гадината още не беше каснала фаербола, другия път беше значително след фаербола. Разстоянието единия път дори не го достигна. Да, че трябва, наистина няма ми стигне времето със сигурност. Да науча лейаута на играта, на самия маршрут. За 12 часа няма шанс. При Shovel Knight конкретно мога да нарисувам по спомен цялата игра, буквално мога да нарисувам всичките нива по спомен. С гадините и всичко. Но съм играл стотици часове. Игра, която на първо разиграване, без да я форсираш много, нали, без да гледаш да си 100% непременно, мога да е 8 часа. Колко часа геймплей Ори? Зависи. Нашата надежда е да е час и половина геймплей. Зависи това колко часа е относително в този жанр. Наистина не мога да ти дам добра прогноза. На мен лично на първо разиграване ми отне някъде между 8 и 12 часа, не помня колко. За 100%. Мисля, че беше около 9 часа и половина, 10. От средностатистическия дума да няма. От средностатистическия човек няма да може. Не, то няма, не мога да се научи от никого за 10-12 часа. Мога да му хванеш основните граници, не мога да го изучиш дълбоко. Просто няма никакъв шанс. Просто нямаш никакъв шанс да го научиш толкова бързо. То не е час и половина геймплей. Час и половина се надявам да хвана аз. Световният рекорд в момента е 27 минути и нещо. Нали? Това, което гледаме на Люки е 43 минути. Аз като казвам час и половина, казвам ориентировъчно, че това ми е програмата минимум. Като цяло се надявам да стигна час и половина. Това ще съм доволен, ако успеят за 12 часа да ги стигна. Час и половина. Като прогрес. Няма да е голяма драма, ако не успея. Това е малко сложно движение. Сам, не, никакви състезания. Аз като цяло не съм човек на състезанията. Като цяло не съм човек много на мултиплеера. Особено на състезателния мултиплеер. Това е... Ус и Дус е рекордьора. 27.17 или аз... Спомням си 27.09, не знам защо. That's the world record, Lucky. В Уси. Can you get killed by this laser when you try to smash that wall? Ooh. Ooh. Shit. Yeah, you are barely surviving, but you are surviving for sure. Huh. Yeah, I didn't say it's bad. I'm saying it's pretty okay time. But someone asked who was the record holder, and we were talking if learning a run like this would be feasible in that short amount of time. If by normal you mean the casual playthrough, it would be like 8 to 12 hours for 100%. And maybe if you're forcing if you're rushing it, it might be 5 hours. 90 minutes would be my expected playthrough. My expected speedrun playthrough. Normal fast, yes. If that's a thing at all. That should be a category for me to be able to not be in the bottom. Normal fast. If you're too fast, you are not accepted. They drop you. So Luki would be the world record holder for normal fast. And anyone like Premorix would not be able to participate. There will be speedrunning police on any corner, checking if you are too fast. Втори опит за grenade jump. О-хо-хо-хо! Grenade jump. Go, бе! GG! Oh man, your PC is so bad. Your PC is so bad. Have you ever played the second one, Luki? Това е някаква неизползвана музика. Was it running like 5 frames per second? Especially in the chase sequences. Because it was pretty bad for me, especially the last escape sequence. It was terrible. Лека Митко. Okay. When did that happen? I guess I would replay it. I loved the second game. I really think that the first one wanted to be the second one. I mean, I love the second game so much that I would say that it may be the second best Metroidvania to date. Shortly after Super Metroid, which is just immaculate in most regards. Може би е време за един последен шоудаун. Аз междувременно да намеря на къде да ви препратя. Facing the Dark. Alternate. Хайде. Ще се сблъскаме с мрака. Честито на Double Ninja за победата. Мисля, че знае кого ще хостна. The Game Plan се казва канала. Играе Don't Starve. Не знам дали беше Together или не. Нека да го проверим. Скайте палци да не е пълен бунак. Както има риск да се окаже буквално всеки един. Толкова от мен за днес обаче. Благодаря ви, че бяхте с мен в този дълъг стрим. Бягството. Алтернативна версия някаква. Утре продължаваме да армии с Фексиго. В обедния стрим вечерта ще правим практика на Ori and the Blind Forest. Толкова от мен за днес. Бъдете готини. Чао, чао и до нови срещи. And bye to Lucky and anyone who watched this one. Any of the English speaking viewer who might have watched this. Bye bye. Have a nice one.